Okay, perfect. You are showing in the reflection of the window. Noted.
Let's just do the exercise and go around.
Which side of the chamber?
Temporary soap.
Morning. How are you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, noted.
Oh, yeah, I must say, where is this camera? Very much. I must say, where is this camera?
That was.
Huh? Hi, man. Yes. How do you check? The camera, when you want the camera, this is nice.
Okay.
Oh. Mommy.
How are you? Sharp.
Yeah, this is nice. Can you show the magics, please? Can you show us the magics? Please? Can you show the magics?
A lot, even people here, they are saying about it. People are just watching themselves entering.
Throw them away. Never have a big one.
Nice, very nice. Very nice. Morning, you pass it, you just pass it. Just pass it.
So you all
If we just put Minister on the road, everything will just go sour.
No, I'm just saying we won't get. Let's see. Even worse, you say that. In the video of the morning. I sent him an email, he responds, unlike the
Das ist gerade eben
You're out of line. Morning, how are you? How you keep now? Please stop with these musical chairs now. Now we're in the control of coming. Now I'm tired of this. Huh? Where are you?
Yeah, I hear people that stopped working. So.
They say she was too. I don't know what happened. Give me that. I thought I would keep passing. But I don't know, I mean, Renton has been around since how long. She should be more mature about this. But I know that there was a letter that's drafted. The meeting, she was told what?
Wait, how are you doing?
They're getting lost for you.
I bet attention. Very well, thanks. How are you doing?
Chair of chairs.
You want to run through MMC? You attend to everything. I've lost track.
Morning, Julie.
Are you MMC
How
or
are you
the
doing,
deputy mayor or
Chairperson?
what now?
How are you doing, Chairperson? I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but I mean, I'm very important.
drama and all that. See if we can. I don't
Hi guys, how are you? How's it? Great, how's it? Ordinary position maker and just swipe
I stuck her next to me, so you decide.
Oh, okay. Not Russian or anything coming in.
Okay, great.
Have you got our base?
Ask Councillor Whistler.
MMC. Afethu. Last big la big the mayor and man sent the mayor and.
The speaker is walking in now. The speaker is walking in.
Get signed and Madam Kala.
Aziyashaya nje ngo-red lezo. Yonke yathi red.
I think the speaker is in. We can reposition the camera. I don't know if Minister is that side. I was saying the speaker is in. I think we can reposition the camera up. I don't know whether Minister is that side or still wants us to take people entering.
Thank you. Are we taking photographs? Are you taking all the people coming in? Thank you.
Are you much better now, huh?
Morning, morning.
Morning, how are you? Tyrrell? Who's your Tyrrell? Is that? You're inside.
The mayor hasn't entered.
What did you guys get for breakfast? We got a sandwich, which I think is a sandwich. I'm not sure whether
I was asking if the mayor hasn't entered yet because I don't even know how.
Just knock them inside.
The EFFC are covered already because I didn't see them entering. Okay, great. Yeah, Precious, you can come. You can come. No, it's not a problem.
Hello. Continue. Hey, kulum fast.
They don't know anything about Anzuma. This is not very day was on TV.
No, not on TV. Kulum.
Leave my child alone, please.
Leave my child. That's my child. Leave my child.
Okay.
That's my name. Have you taken my name away?
Another one.
I'll see you in the chamber.
Which one? The upcoming events and outgoing. I must mention that.
Oh, we're walking this way.
Very good. Oh, yeah.
Ah, 2 minutes. Noodles.
I'm telling you, in order to see
I think the mayor is coming in now. The mayor, I think, is coming in now. Okay. Okay, I've forgotten that I used to shoot people by money.
It's okay, come on, we solve this problem.
I was telling him that he has forgotten that I used to shoot super sport football.
You miss it, yeah?
Which side?
Are you ready?
I'm not again. I'm not again. I want to make sure people see that I'm not again. I take nice pictures.
But I'm in a hurry. I'm at work.
Take a nice picture.
Cancel this one. I'm at
Don't
work.
be jealous.
I'm at work. Can I cancel? I'm at work, sir. I'm at work.
Yeah, man.
Hey. Sure. It's Bob. Keep that way. Bishop, my leader. Let's say purposely,
You have to be down.
Where are we today? Opposition. This side? Yeah, po. We'll see you next week.
Next week exchange.
Yeah. Musical chairs. We're playing.
Okay, you are too fast, Mario, you are too fast.
And meditation, please. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the 8th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Thursday, 27th of October, 2022 at 10 a.m. at the Constance Konipabela Council Chamber, Metro Center, Braamfontein. The first item on the agenda is opening.
Once again, good morning, councillors. The Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Palate, the Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of the Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, Acting City Manager, Mr. Brian Maduka, Acting Secretary to Council, Mr. Andele Gobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 8th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. I just want to remind the Executive Mayor, Ward 92, we still have 20 families that have been displaced after the evictions and the floods, as I have encouraged the councillors to please assist the communities. I think they're looking at us to offer assistance at this time. I also would like to inform councillors that we've received a request to elevate item 47, the election, before the election of the chairpersons. Item 47 is the change in membership. I have acceded to the request. We will deal with item 47 before the election of the chairpersons. And when we do the elections, I've also received a request to start with economic development to accommodate Councillor Mhlongo, who was stabbed during a hijacking, and we wish him a speedy recovery. I would also like to note and have the councillors note that Councillor Nontenja has resigned as the chairperson of MPEC. I received the resignation. And Councillor Magwenchu has also resigned as the chairperson of Housing and Social Development. Before I ask legal to confirm quorum, I would like councillors to note that there is a Soweto Marathon that is happening on the 6th of November. You are encouraged to participate, and also the cancer walk that is happening on the 29th of October. I thank you. At this stage, I will ask legal to confirm the number of councillors that are present. Councillor Tara Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, Rule 72, and you've spoken about respect. This is the third council meeting that we always start late. We're starting at 10:30. Can our time please be respected? We have problems in our wards. We want our communities to be respected. Please, can you address that? Nobody asked for your comment. Thank you.
Councillors, Councillor Tyrell Myers is addressing the Speaker. I'm capable of responding to him. Councillor Tyrell Myers is addressing the Speaker. We don't need everybody responding to that. Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor De Lange.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just from a practical point of view, and I think all of our councillors, doesn't matter who we are, from which caucuses, are just a bit concerned regarding the agenda. Just remember, Speaker, we cannot continue this meeting tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to elect the chairpersons, then we're going into the quarterlies. So normally we have 2 days for an agenda like this. So we cannot continue tomorrow. We're going to have to call a special meeting or defer the items to the next scheduled meeting. Because, Speaker, I cannot see us finishing the agenda with the election, just a word of assistance, in 1 day. We've never done it before. So just bear that in mind. We have to give 3-day notice. A continuation is not part of our agenda that we actually received in the notice. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Christians.
Thank you and good morning, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 72, the rules governing procedure. Speaker, you've said there's an elevation of item 47. Speaker, it is but concerning that we are elevating an item that will lead to an election. Is this a manipulation of membership of committees in order for people to get elected? Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I would also like, before I get legal to confirm quorum, I would also like to have the councillors note that we have received a request from the executives for additional reports that they want to table. They will receive a formal response shortly. Thank you. Legal, can we confirm quorum? Councillor, I can't see the name. Please proceed.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm doing this just for the purpose of records and for the minutes to correctly reflect what actually happened today. You made a mistake to say Councillor Magwenchu resigned from Health and Social Development. In fact, you said Housing and Social Development. In fact, he's from Health and Social Development. Thank you.
It is Health and Social Development. Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, the total number of councillors present today is 243. Those that have signed the register is 243. If there are any councillors that have not signed, kindly go and sign the register. The meeting corrates, and therefore we will continue. Thank you. Councillor Sifuma. Is there a roving mic for Councillor Sifuma? While we wait for Councillor Sifuma, somebody left these keys in the toilet, please. Looks like it's car keys. It was found in the men's or ladies. We'll keep it here with protocol. Councillor Sifumba, when you're ready.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to everyone. Speaker, I'm just concerned about the internet connectivity. We can't access our agenda via the internet. Just wanted to understand whether there's load shedding or any problem. Even when we use our private gadgets, we still cannot connect. Can IT please clarify so that we are able to access our agenda? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll check on the internet and report back.
Councillors, we are on application for leave of absence, item 2.
We haven't received any application for leave of absence, so if there are councillors, please raise your hands. Councillor, kindly continue. Councillor there from the EFF, thank you. I can't read the placards from here, I apologize.
Thank you, Speaker. Morning, councillors. Leave of absence in EFF Caucus. It's Councillor Musa, study leave, Councillor Ndo, family bereavement. Councillor Sema is asking to leave early. She's unwell. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Councillor van der Schuyf.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. We have 2 apologies this morning. Councillor Jainuddin is in hospital, and Councillor David Tembe is away on private business.
Noted, thank you. Yes, Councillor Mukuba.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Kanyile from the IFP will leave early. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish Councillor Santana wishes to leave at 1 o'clock. I have personal business to attend to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dami.
Morning, Speaker. Got apology from Councillor Mkwena, ill health, but he can come during the day.
Councillor Dame, we're not sure what you said, Councillor Mukwena is.
Speaker, apology for Councillor Makapane. He's not well. He went to see the doctor, but he'll join us.
Noted, thank you. Any other councillors before we proceed? Can we approve the apologies submitted? Thank you.
Councillors, we are on item 3, which is official notices and a statement by the Executive Mayor.
Councillors, please join me in wishing the following councillors well as they celebrate their birthdays during the month of October. Councillor Horn, Councillor Hovitz, Councillor Libotse, Councillor Lobby, Councillor Mazibuko, Councillor Mhlongo, Councillor Mkize, Councillor Mnyameni, Councillor Mukwari, Councillor Mulise, Councillor Mure, Councillor Mpotulo, Councillor Ntlapo, Councillor Niemand, Councillor Pakadi, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Peterson, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Supe, Councillor Tembe, and Councillor Whistler. We wish them a happy birthday. Statement by the Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, fellow councillors. I won't take much of your time. The last 3 weeks have been long, painful, tumultuous. They have been traumatic for our residents. It's good to be back. It's good to see the city's rightful administration back where they belong. I sincerely hope that we will see stability going forward, and that our focus will be the 6 million residents that we pledge to serve and service delivery. Let's go out and do our best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can move to the next. Councillor Mbengwa.
Now, Madam Speaker, can we do the proper things? I know that in this sitting house, when we are sitting, there is an order that we must maintain. My request is simple, because it can't be correct while an executive mayor is speaking, and we have got howlers, and this is continuing from Councillor Darocha. That is total disrespect, and we want you to note it that this cannot continue, because that is a disrespect to that office of the mayor.
Councillors, we're on item 4, which is confirmation of minutes of the 11th Extraordinary Council meeting held on the 20th and 21st of October 2022.
Councillor Smith.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Just 2 corrections on page 44. The states there that the DA abstained. It should not put a political party. It should just say abstain, as it's done in the rest of the minutes. And then on page 53, but more than halfway down the page, it says in our responsibility to go out and ensure that the 100 billion, I think that should be 100 million, not 100 billion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rinton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have 2 changes on page 7, please, where it actually indicates that the just let me put this. Page 7. It states, it was said that all juror supplies were open. That was actually stated by Councillor Harwich. Please can we make note that she stood up and actually mentioned that. And then I just need some clarity. The motions were elevated from motion 13 onwards. They were elevated. There's no indication in this minute that there's any mention of a request for elevation, neither are they recorded before. And I think it's important as a true reflection of what happened on the day that we do move the numbers around and that those items and those motions are mentioned first and then we continue with the other motions. Thank you.
Councillor Mazibuko.
Thank you, Speaker. It's just the change on page 53 of the 1 billion to 1 million.
Councillor Mohapi.
Thank you, Speaker. We'd like to make corrections on page 35. There's a spelling error. Instead of, or they said if instead of opening clinics. And page 54, it's a typo error. Again, this I should be removed. There's a I that should be removed there. Thank you.
Councillor van der Schijf.
We are covered. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. Can we confirm the minutes with the amendments? Councillors, can we confirm the minutes with the amendments? Thank you.
We are moving on to item 5, which is questions for written reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Executive Mayor, Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Speaker. I did submit a letter to your office. I just want to confirm that you've received it with regards to the written questions.
Councillor Knott, I did indicate in my opening remarks that you will be receiving a formal response shortly. Thank
Yes,
you.
that was to the addition of items to the agenda. This is in response to the written questions to be placed on the agenda of Council. There were 2.
It was not brought to my attention.
Well, I can read you the contents of the letter if you'll allow.
Yes, please.
In essence, in terms of Rule 1102, I would like to formally request an extension on the replies to the written questions of 004/2022 and 005/2022, as the Mayoral Committee has not had time to properly collate and process responses to the questions owing to the recent court ruling and the preceding events to the ruling. When we did come in yesterday, there had been no responses submitted to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me 2 minutes. I'll come back to you now. The request is acceded to. Thank you. Then we can move to the next item.
Speaker.
Councillor Zungu, thank you.
Greetings, Speaker. Speaker, we are requesting for a 15-minute caucus break. Thank you.
How many minutes?
15.
15.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillors, we will now grant a 15-minute caucus break. Thank you very much. So we'll be back. What is 15 minutes? It's 11. 5 past 11. 5 past 11 o'clock, we should be back here. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Can we please be seated? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Whip of Council, you asked for a caucus break. Just give it a minute. Let everybody settle. Whip, please proceed.
No, thank you, Speaker. We know we are fine. We can proceed. Thank you.
Councillor Magwenchu. Councillor Magwenchu, is there a roving mic for Councillor Magwenchu?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the minority opposition would like to have a 30-minute caucus break.
Councillor, we just came from a caucus break, but anyway, it will be granted. 30 minutes caucus break. Therefore, we will be back 11:45, please. And any other party that wants to caucus, can you kindly caucus at this time? We shall be back at 11:45. Thank you. Councillor Magwenchi here? It's fine, you can get to your seat and report back. Councillor Magwenchi.
Councillor Mokenji.
Haebe ho na le motho ya butseng maiko ha ke re kopa o kwale re kopa mokhansela makantsha a bue ka ntle le mo re kopa le mo feng roving mic. Councillor House lokile ke a leboha Speaker ke lebohela lore o re dumelle metsotso e 13 re se re loketse hore taba ene re batla hantlentle re ya hore minority
izathu sami sokwesula. Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo singaqhubeka.
Councillors, we are on the elevated item, item 47, which is changes in membership of various Section 79 committees.
Whip of Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg and fellow councillors as well. Speaker, earlier on when I requested a break, I had been approached by some of the minority parties and also the ANC who were actually querying some of the changes that were not appearing on the report. So I then had to go and listen so that we are able to advise properly. Then there are changes that must be effected on the report so that the House can adopt. The changes are as follows, Speaker. On committees, on corporate, Councillor Mabuza is being replaced by Councillor Rapadu. Item 47. Thank you. Economic development, Councillor Velscott is being replaced by Councillor Mhlongo. Economic development. On governance, Councillor Commander is being replaced by Councillor Nontenja. On transport, Councillor Tefu is being replaced with Councillor Ndlela. And then, Speaker, I would then like councillors to note that amendments that I've just read are from the respective parties. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, try another mic.
Speaker, if we could just note the spelling of my surname is incorrect. If we could remove the H at the end of it, please.
Noted. Thank you. We'll do so. Councillor Harris.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Madam Speaker, colleagues, Chief Whip. I am concerned that the ACDP was not advised or consulted or told anything about any changes. No message, no WhatsApp, no email, nothing. I cannot accept this.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Whip, for the changes. Councillors, the report has been loaded onto the link as well with the changes have been advised. The recommendations are on pages 47.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you very much. Can we move to the next one? Councillor Knott?
Thanks, Speaker. For the sake of clarity, I'm unsure as to why we only consulted certain parties in this chamber on the changes to membership, and you haven't actually given an explanation or ruled on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knott. I think the Whip of Council has explained who approached him on those respective parties. Thank you.
Councillors, we resume on item 6, which is election of chairpersons of the following Section 79 committees in terms of Rule 24 of the Standing Rules of Order, Standing Rules and Orders of Council, which is Corporate Shared Services, Economic Development, Ethics and Disciplinary, Finance, Housing, Oversight Committee on Governance, Rules, and Transport Committee.
Thank you, Acting Secretary. There was already a request to start with Economic Development. Councillors, please note that the elections of the chairpersons of the Section 79 chairpersons as stated by the Acting Secretary to Council will be done in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. In this instance, voting shall be by show of hands on the basis that the aforesaid positions are not part of Schedule 3 to the Municipal Structures Act 1998, Act 117 of 1998. The procedure set out in this schedule applies whenever a municipal council meets to elect a speaker, an executive mayor, a deputy executive mayor, a mayor or a deputy mayor, or the whip of council. I have issued nomination forms to all political parties for political parties to submit nominations for the positions of the 8 Section 79 committee chairpersons as stated by the Acting Secretary to Council. We are now going to follow the sequence as I have requested, I have acceded to the request to start with Economic Development. We'll now start with the Economic Development. We have 3 nominations. The first one for Councillor Nkomo. The proposer is Councillor Maila. The seconder is Councillor Alexander. The second nomination form for Councillor Edward. The proposer is Councillor Cotrias, and the seconder is Councillor Mtembu. The third nomination is for Councillor Mhlongo. The proposer is Councillor Arnolds, the seconder Councillor Phillips. I will now ask the respective proposers, seconders, and acceptance, please to rise and state your nominations. Let's start with Councillor Maila.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Solomon Masehlele Maila, hereby nominate Bongani Nkomo for the position of Chairperson of the Section 79 Economic Development Committee. Many thanks.
Councillor Alexander.
Good morning, everybody. I, Councillor Alexander, nominate Councillor Nkomo for the seconders for the position of Economic Development.
Acceptance, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I, Councillor Bongani Nkomo, hereby accept the nomination for Chairperson of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. To accommodate the action essay that is walking in, I will now ask Councillor Arnolds to rise with your seconder and acceptance for your nomination, please.
I, Margaret Sharon Arnolds, hereby nominate Councillor Themba Aubrey Mhlongo for the position of Chairperson of the Section 79 Economic Development Committee. I thank you, Speaker.
The seconder, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Lloyd Eisenhower Phillips, hereby rise to second the nomination of Councillor Themba Aubrey Mhlongo for the position of Chairperson of the Section 79 Economic Development Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning to you and good morning to the Executive Mayor and to all councillors in the House, together with the members of the public and the gallery. I, Councillor Themba Mhlongo, hereby accept the nomination to be the Section 79 Chairperson of Economic Development Committee. I thank you, Speaker.
I will now call the nomination for Councillor Edward. For the sake of action essay that was not here, the proposer was Councillor Cotrius and the seconder is Councillor Mtembu. Can I ask you to rise, please, and state your nominations?
Thank you, Speaker. Would like to withdraw the nomination for Councillor Edwards.
Noted, thank you. The nomination has been withdrawn. Councillors that are in favor of Councillor Nkomo, kindly raise your hands quietly. Councillors that are in favor of Councillor Nkomo, please raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are in favor of Councillor Mhlongo, okay. Hold on. Legal wants to confirm. Just please hold on, put down your hands. Put down your hands. Row H, the back row. Those that are in favor in the back row, please raise your hands. They just want to tally the number. Yes, that last row. Thank you. Those in favor of Councillor Nkomo. Councillors, when we are voting, please refrain from moving from your desks. Just sit still and raise your hands. Councillors that are in favor of Councillor Nkomo, please raise your hands quietly and refrain from moving from your desks, please. Councillor Mhlongo, councillors in favor of Councillor Mhlongo, please raise your hands. Thank you. Councillors, we have asked that you stay put, stay seated, so that we don't confuse the counting. Please. Thank you. You may now put down your hands. Can we have those, put down your hands, please? Thank you. Please put down your hands, councillors. Councillors, put down your hands. Thank you. Those that are abstaining from the vote, those that are abstaining, please raise your hands. None. Thank you. All right. Thank you, councillors. We've got 263 councillors that have signed the register. The number of votes for Mr. Mhlongo, Councillor Mhlongo, is 138 votes for Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor Nkomo received 125 votes. There were no abstentions. Thank you. Therefore, Councillor Mhlongo is duly elected. Councillor Mhlongo is duly elected as the Chairperson of Economic Development Committee. Thank you. So we go back to corporate. We will now proceed with the Corporate and Shared Services Committee. I have received two nomination forms. The first nomination form from Councillor Francisco as the proposer, proposing Councillor Rapadu, seconded by Councillor Mufokeng. The second nomination is from Councillor Mkonto, proposing Councillor van der Schijf, seconded by Councillor Muhlala. I will now ask the proposers, the seconders, and the acceptance to please rise and state your nominations, starting with Councillor Francisco.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to my leader, Comrade Dada Mrero, and also greeting to all councillors. I, Deborah Busisiwe Francisco hereby propose the name of Councillor Tifo Rapadu for the position of Chairperson of Section 79 Shared Services, GCSS. Thank you.
Councillor Mufokeng. Can we have the roving mic? The one next door seems to be on.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the Leader of Caucus of the African National Congress, Comrade Dada Morero. I, Councillor Johannes Mufokeng, rise to second the name of Tifo Rapadu for the chairperson, for the position of the chairperson of GCSS. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the acceptance? Councillor Rapadu.
Dumela. I, therefore, Rapadu, do accept nomination for the position of Chair of Group Shared, Group Corporate and Shared Services. Thank you very much.
Can we now have the proposer's second and acceptance for the second nomination, starting Councillor Mkonto, the proposer.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning, colleagues, and the guests up there. Speaker, I, Councillor Shadrach Mkonto, nominate Councillor Karin van der Skyn for the position of Corporate and Shares, Section 79 Services. Thank you.
Councillor Mhlala. Councillor Mhlala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Kamorelo Mhlala, second the nomination for Karen van der Skyn. Thank you.
Acceptance. Councillor van der Skyn.
I, Karen van der Skyn, herewith accept the nomination for the Section 79 Chairperson in the City of Johannesburg for Group Corporate and Shared Services. Thank you.
Councillors that are in favor of Councillor Rapadu, please, without moving, without making noise, raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. The councillors that are in favor, please put down your hands. Thank you. Councillors in favor of Councillor van der Schyff, kindly raise your hands quietly. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Can I call for those? Councillors, those that are abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. Those that are abstaining? None. Thank you, councillors. In terms of the votes, Councillor Rapadu received 138 votes and 125 votes for Councillor van der Schaiff, with 0 abstentions. Therefore, Councillor Rapadu is duly elected as the Chairperson of Corporate and Shared Services Committee. Congratulations. Thank you. We now move to the Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. We received 3 nominations. The first one for Councillor Mnyameni, the proposers Councillor Ndou, seconded by Councillor Mudupi. The second one is for Councillor Niemand, proposer Councillor Maile, seconded by Councillor Christians. The third one is for Councillor Tuli Nkomo, proposer Councillor Mudikanene, and seconded by Councillor Funzi Ngobeni. Can we have the first nomination, please, for Councillor Mnyameni, the proposer, second, and acceptance? Please state your nomination.
Thanks, Speaker. Nimasiar bathu ba mudzimu. Nedzina langa ndiphi Councillor Peter Ndou. I, Councillor Peter Ndou, hereby nominate Councillor Mungameli Munyameni to lead us as the Chairperson of Section 79, Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. Ndiaribua, nda.
Councillor Mudupi.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Councillor David Mudupi. I'm standing here to second the nomination of Councillor Mnyameni as the Chairperson of Section 79 Committee of Ethics. Yeah, of Ethics, correct. Thank you very much.
Acceptance. Councillor Mnyameni. Acceptance.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the leader of the Progressive Party, Comrade Morero, and greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, and greetings to all the Progressive Forces parties, minority bloc. Greetings to the citizen in the gallery. Let me greet on this special day, on the birthday of O.R. Tambo. Speaker, my name is Mongameli Mnyameni. I stand to accept the nomination of the Chairperson of Section 79 for Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. Thank you very much, Ndiabulela.
Thank you. Councillor, you had your hand up.
Thank you very much, Chair. I actually was trying to speak before the nominated accepted his nomination, and I was just raising on a point of personal clarity if the ANC actually knows what ethics is.
Councillors, can I have the proposer, the seconder, and the acceptance for the second nomination, Councillor Maile?
How?
Councillor Maile? Please sit down, there's a hand. Councillor Dami. Can we have a roving mic for Councillor Dami, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the councillor is casting aspersion on ANC and she must withdraw. Cannot say we don't know what is ethics.
Councillor Dami, thank you. Councillors, I'm not going to entertain this any further. Councillors, I'm not going to entertain this any further. The councillor asked if the ANC knows what is ethics, and I'm not going to allow that debate here. I'm proceeding with a vote for the chairpersons. Councillor Maile, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Solomon Masehlele Maila, hereby nominate Gerhard Jacobus Niemand for the position of chairperson of the Section 79 Ethics and Disciplinary Committee here in the city of Johannesburg.
Councillor Christians. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I, Councillor Alex Christians, hereby second the nomination for G.J. Niemand for the position of the Ethics Chairperson. Thank you.
Councillor Niemand.
Goeiemôre, Speaker. Ek raadslid Gerard Jacobus Niemand aanvaar die nominasie vir die seksie 97 komitee vir etiek en dissiplinêre komitee van die stad Johannesburg. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Councillor. The third nomination form, can I have the proposer, the seconder, and the acceptance? For Councillor Nkomo, Councillor Muduka Nene, you are the proposer. Can we have the roving mic for the council? Try the one next to you. Can we have the roving mic, please?
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you, Speaker. I would like to withdraw the nomination of Councillor Tulinkomo.
Thank you. We have noted the withdrawal. Councillors, please, can you all lift your mics? We want to see who's putting on their mic. Just have your mics lifted high. Thank you. Councillors, we have two nominations for Councillor. Councillors, please. Councillors, can we have order? Councillors, can we have order? We have two nominations for Councillor Mnyameni and for Councillor Niemand. Those in favor of Councillor Mnyameni, kindly raise your hands quietly. Thank you.
Just for control. Yithi nje. Phakamisa izandla zakho. So after this,
Well, that's what I'm saying. The problem is here. It's not there.
Yeah, and come back.
Thank you so much. You can put down your hands. Thank you. You can put down your hands, councillors. Those in favor of Councillor Niemand, kindly raise your hands. Those in favor of Councillor Niemand, thanks. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Those abstaining from the vote, kindly raise your hands. Councillors that are abstaining from the vote? None. Thank you, councillors. In terms of the votes, Councillor Mnyameni received 138 votes, and Councillor Niemand received 125 votes, 0 abstentions. Therefore, Councillor Mnyameni is duly elected as the Chairperson of Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. Congratulations, Councillor Mnyameni. Thank you, councillors. We will now move to the Finance Committee. We received 3 nominations for the Finance Committee. The first one for Councillor Delange, the proposer, Councillor Boer, seconded by Councillor Pelzer. The second nomination is for Councillor Majola, proposer, Councillor Mashala, seconded by Councillor van der Schaive. The third nomination is for Councillor Masuku, the proposer is Councillor Dami, seconded by Councillor Story. I will now call the first nomination for Councillor Delange. Councillor Boer. Thank you.
Ek, raadslid Cornelis Boer, hiermee nomineer raadslid Franco Karel de Lange vir die posisie van voorsitter van die artikel 79 Finansies Komitee. Dankie.
Baie dankie, Councillor Delange. Sorry, Councillor Pelzer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Richard Pelzer, seconds the nomination of Councillor Franco Karel de Lange for the position of Chairperson of the Section 79 Finance Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Delange.
Thank you, Speaker.
not for the first time, but for a few times after that, I, Councillor Franco Karel de Lange, accept the nomination for the position of Section 79 Finance Chair again. Thank you.
The second nomination for Councillor Majola. Can we have the proposer, Councillor Mashala?
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Kamucha Mashala, would like to withdraw the nomination for Councillor Stambulo Majola. Thank you.
Withdrawal noted. Can we now have the third nomination for Councillor Masuku? The proposer, Councillor Dami.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Brenda Happy Dami, nominate Councillor Luiso Masuku for Chairperson of Finance. Thank you.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Members Chawa. I, Councillor Story, I second nomination of Luiso Masuku for Section 79 Finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Acceptance, Councillor Masuku.
I, Councillor Masuku, hereby accept nomination for the Chairperson of Section 79 Committee for Finance.
Councillors in favor of Councillor Delange, kindly raise your hands. Councillors in favor of Councillor Delange, thank you. Please remain in your seats and quietly raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors, if you need water, just raise your bottle. If you need water, raise your bottle. They will refill. Thank you. That's fine. They will be circulating water now. You can put them down. I think the majority of councillors need water. Councillors in favor of Councillor Masuku, kindly raise your hands. Councillors in favor of Councillor Masuku, thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. Thank you. Put down your hands, councillors at the back. Thank you. Please put down your hands. Councillors that are abstaining from the vote, councillors abstaining from the vote, please raise your hands. None. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. In terms of the votes received, Councillor Dilange received 125 votes, and Councillor Masuku received 138 votes, 0 abstentions. Thank you. Councillor Masuku is duly elected as the chairperson of Finance Committee. Thank you. Congratulations, Councillor. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm a bit concerned about your counting officials. I know they're legal advisors, but not counters, because in this House, after they had counted, 2 councillors stepped in, yet the number has remained the same. Can you please advise how that was possible? Thank you.
They should remain on their seats. The legal people count those that are raising their hands in the House, seated in the House. Those that are moving about, we cannot account for. Councillors, thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We are moving to the Housing Committee. We received 3 nominations for the Housing Committee. The first nomination for Councillor Mpolobosho. The proposers, Councillor Dlamini, seconded by Councillor Nkubungu. The second nomination is for Councillor Christians. The proposers, Councillor Maile, seconded by Councillor Nkomo. The third nomination for Councillor Nsidi. The proposers, Councillor Mtembu, seconded by Councillor Neft. May I kindly have the first nomination for Councillor Mpolobosho. Councillor Dlamini, you are the proposer. We'll have the seconder and the acceptance, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Bongani Dlamini, hereby nominate Councillor Moloko Mpolobosho for the position of Chairperson of Section 79 Housing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkubungu.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Liolo Nkubungu, rise to second the name of Councillor Mulopo Mpoloboshe for the position of Chair for Housing. Thank you.
Councillor Mpoloboshe.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I, Councillor Muloko Mpolobosho, I do accept the nomination of the positions of Women's Settlement Chairperson for Section 79 Committee. Speaker, people's issues first. I thank you, Speaker.
The second nomination, Councillor Maile, you're the proposer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Solomon Masetlele Maida, hereby nominate Councillor Alex Christians for the position of Chairperson of the Section 79 Housing Committee here in the city of Johannesburg.
Councillor Nkomo. Councillor Nkomo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I, Councillor Bongani Nkomo, would like to nominate Councillor Christians for the Chairperson of the Housing Committee. Second, sorry. Thank you.
Councillor Shifumba.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just concerned with the name that we're using for this Section 79 committee. We are referring it to it as being the Committee for Housing, whilst in this chamber we passed a report that actually said the name Housing changes to Human Settlement. Can we please correct that?
Thank you, Councillor Sufumbo. I will get advice on that quickly. Councillor Christians, can you proceed to accept the nomination?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I, Councillor Alex Christians, hereby accept nomination for the Chairperson of the Housing Committee, which should be the Human Settlement Committee, but unfortunately the person standing against me was not present at the strat session for us to change the name. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor? Thank you, Councillor Sufumba. I've been advised that the department changed to Human Settlement, but the committee still needs to amend the terms of reference and then change officially the committee to Human Settlement. Thank you. Can I have the third nomination, please, for Councillor Nsidi? Councillor Mtembu, you are the proposer.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Nobuhle Mtembu, would like to withdraw the nomination for Councillor Edwin Nsidi.
Thank you. We have two nominations for the Housing Committee, Councillor Mpolo Bosho and Councillor Christians. Those in favor of Councillor Mpolo Bosho, kindly raise your hands. Councillors, I request that you remain seated. You raise your hands. We'll only count those that are in the house with their hands raised. Thank you. Councillors, you can put down your hands. Councillors in favor of Councillor Christians. In favor of Councillor Christians, kindly raise your hands. Please remain in your seats and remain in the house. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Can do the next one. Councillors in favor? Councillors that are abstaining, can you raise your hands? Councillors that are abstaining? 0. Thank you. Councillors, in terms of the votes that we have received, Councillor Mpolobosho received 138 votes, and Councillor Christians received 125 votes with 0 abstentions. Thank you. Councillor Mpolobosho is duly elected as the chairperson of Housing Committee. Congratulations, Councillor. Councillors, we are moving swiftly on to the next one, Oversight Committee on Governance. We've received 2 nominations, one for Councillor Nontenja, the proposers Councillor Phillips, seconders Councillor Arnolds. The second nomination is for Councillor Wiesler, proposers Councillor Durand, seconded by Councillor Liebenberg. Can we kindly have the first nomination for Councillor Nontenja? Proposer Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Lloyd Eisenhower Phillips, hereby nominate Councillor Tandiwe Nontenja for the position of Chairperson of the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Governance. Thank you.
Seconder.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Margaret Sharon Arnolds, seconds the nomination of Tandiwe Nontenja.
Thank you.
Am I protected from the snakes over here? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we have the acceptance from Councillor Nontenja?
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Tandiwe Nontenja, hereby accept the nomination as the Chairperson of the Oversight Committee on Governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the second nomination for Councillor Wiesler, the proposer Councillor Durand?
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Genevieve Durand, hereby nominate Councillor Sarah Wissler for the position of Chairperson of the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Governance.
Councillor Liebenberg.
I, Councillor Esme Liebenberg, seconds the nomination.
Acceptance.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Sarah Wissler, accept the nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors in favor of Councillor Nontenja, kindly raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors in favor of Councillor Wiesler. Councillors, please put down your hands. Then councillors in favor of Councillor Wiesler. In favor of Councillor Wiesler, kindly raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are abstaining from the vote, councillors abstaining, kindly raise your hands. None. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The numbers are as follows in terms of the votes. Councillor Nontenja received 138 votes, and Councillor Wiesler received 124 votes with 0 abstentions. Thank you. Councillor Nontenja is duly elected as the chairperson of Oversight Committee on Governance. Congratulations, Councillor Nontenja. Thank you. Councillors, yes, Councillor Arnolds.
I just want to say, Councillor Rule 71, Christians, you know democracy. I commend you.
Councillor, we are trying to move swiftly. I'm not sure what that comment is for. Can we proceed, please, to the Rules Committee? We have 2 more to do before we break for lunch. So the Rules Committee, we have received 2 nominations for the Rules Committee. The nomination for Councillor Dami, proposers Councillor Marema, seconded by Councillor Ndlela. And the second nomination is for Councillor Van Wyk, proposers Councillor Zwane, seconded by Councillor Masocha. Can we kindly have the first nomination for Councillor Dami? Councillor Marema, you're the proposer.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I, Councillor Adolf Marema, rise to nominate Councillor Brenda Dame for a position of a chairperson of Rules Committee in the City of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Seconder. Councillor Ndlela.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Makosazana Cynthia Ndlela, do second the nomination of Councillor Brenda Dami to be the chairperson of Section 79 Rules Committee. Thank you.
Acceptance, Councillor Dami.
I, Councillor Brenda Dami, accept the nomination for chairperson of Rules Committee.
How serious? The second nomination form for Councillor Van Wyk. Can I have the proposer, Councillor Zwane? The proposer.
I, Councillor Siyabonga Zwane, hereby nominate Councillor Mishak Van Wyk for the position of the chairperson of Section 79 Rules Committee. Thank you.
The seconder, Councillor Masocha.
I, Councillor Muluku Masocha, second nomination of Prof. Mishak Van Wyk for position of chairperson of Rules. Thank you.
Acceptance, Councillor Van Wyk.
I, Mishak Van Wyk, accept nominations. Teen my ma second.
Councillors in favor of Councillor Dami, please remain in your seats. Raise your hands. One hand, please, Councillor. Quietly, thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors in favor of Councillor Van Wyk. Councillors in favor of Councillor Van Wyk, kindly raise your hands and remain in your seats. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors that are abstaining from the vote, councillors abstaining, kindly raise your hands. None. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. In terms of the votes received, Councillor Dami received 138 votes, and Councillor Van Wyk received 124 votes with 0 abstentions. Councillor Dami is duly elected as the Chairperson of Rules Committee. Congratulations, Councillor. Now we do the last committee before we break for lunch, which is the Transport Committee. We received 3 nominations for the Transport Committee. The nomination for Councillor Alexander, proposer Councillor Mayoral, seconded by Councillor Niemand. The second nomination for Councillor Mukoka, proposers Councillor More, seconded by Councillor Libatlang. The third nomination is for Councillor Makosazana, proposers Councillor Rafferty, seconded by Councillor Zungu. We will start with the first nomination for Councillor Alexander. Proposers Councillor Mayoral.
It's Oregon. No haters. Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Solomon Masehlele Mayoral, hereby nominate Councillor Wendy Robin Alexander for the position of Chairperson of the Section 79 Transport Committee here in the city of Johannesburg.
Seconder. The seconder, please, Councillor Niemand.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Gerard Jacobus Niemand, hereby second the nomination for Councillor Wendy Alexander for the Transport Committee. Thank you very much.
Acceptance. Councillor Alexander, acceptance.
Thank you very much. I, Councillor Alexander, accept the nomination as the Chairperson to the Transport Committee. Thank you.
The second nomination for Councillor Mukoka, the proposer Councillor More.
I, Councillor Emma More, hereby would love to withdraw the nomination of Councillor Lebu Mukoka. I thank you.
Withdrawal has been noted. Therefore, the second nomination for Councillor Makosazana, proposer Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Peter Dion Rafferty, hereby nominate Councillor Makhosazana Cynthia Ndlela for the position of Section 79 Transport. Thank you.
Seconder.
I, Councillor Chief Whip, because Gosepayo Kotslav Zungu to second the nomination.
Acceptance, please.
Thank you, Speaker, again. I, Councillor Makhosazana Cynthia Ndlela, do accept the nomination to be the Section 79 Committee of Transport. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. All in favor of Councillor Alexander? Councillors that are in favor of Councillor Alexander, please raise your hands. Councillors, kindly remain in your seats, remain in the House. Raise your hands, thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Councillors in favor of Councillor Makhosazana, please raise your hand quietly, please. Quietly. Remain in your seats and remain in the House. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can put down your hands. Thank you. Councillors, thank you very much. Councillors, thank you. Put down your hands. Councillors that are abstaining from the vote, councillors abstaining from the vote, kindly raise your hands. None. Thank you.
This is not for campaign.
Thank you, councillors. In terms of the votes that have been counted, Councillor Alexander received 123 votes, and Councillor Makosazana received 138 votes. Councillor Makosazana is duly elected as the chairperson of the Transport Committee. Congratulations, Councillor. We will now break for lunch. We should be back here in 45 minutes, which is 20 to 3. 20 to 3, we should be back here. 45 minutes lunch. 5 minutes. Thank you. Executive Mayor, Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Speaker. I'd just like clarity, please, from yourself. We submitted a request to table urgency items. We received a response that that request was not acceded to because the items were additional items and they should have been submitted 2 hours before. I have subsequently sent you a response which hasn't been replied to. And I would like to understand, because these are urgency items, they were submitted to your office at 7 o'clock this morning, which is 3 hours before council. It exceeds the 2-hour requirement. And secondly, they were submitted as urgency items, not as additional items. I'd just like to point out these items, most of them have already gone through programming. And in addition, some of them had already also been signed. They were scheduled to appear before the irregularly instituted executive in the last 3 weeks. If these items do not go through, we are in violation of the Systems Act in reference to the Section 56 managers. We will also collapse the city's overdraft system in reference to the DBSA item. And thirdly, we will also be stuck without fleet next week if we do not table these items. Now, as you can understand, we are in a situation where there's been upheaval, and unfortunately these items were not taken care of in the last month, and they need to be tabled at this council meeting. So I would really implore that you consider this and look at the response that we've sent through and table these items in council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We are going to look at your supplementary letters. At this stage, my earlier response stands until we look at that with legal. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I request kindly, just for 15 minutes, just we can convene a WIPARI meeting quickly. Speaker.
Thank you, Whip. I will grant that 15 minutes.
Please, WIPARIs, please can we meet urgently quick? Thank you.
Let me look at the time. It's 15:06, so we'll come back 20 past. Councillors, let us come back 20 past 3, 15:20. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. The Whip of Council, you asked for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. No, we are fine. We can proceed, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. We have concluded with the whippery with the Chief Whip. We've asked for a 10-minute caucus break because we need to relay back to our caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. I will allow the 10-minute caucus break, so we will be back here at 20 to 4. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, councillors. Councillor Myers. Councillors, can we settle down? We're about to commence. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yeah, we've concluded our caucus. We would like to proceed, and we will be speaking on the items, and we will not be speaking on the oversight visit reports from item 37. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Councillors, we are still on item 7, which is recommendations to council.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby table the reports of the executive for consideration by council. And Speaker, for the sake of the 6 million residents of Johannesburg, I sincerely hope that that includes the 3 urgency items that MMC not alluded to earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. On the agency reports, which, in my opinion, Rule 64, those are not agent reports. My earlier letters to Councillor Nott stands. We will not be allowing those reports here, according to Rule 64. There was no motivation for agency, and my opinion stands. Thank you. Chair of Chairs, can we proceed? Councillor Nott.
Speaker, I'd just like to place on record that you personally are placing the city at a great risk in terms of our fleet, our overdraft, as well as our requirements as a council to deal with disciplinary action against Section 56 managers. I want that on record because this is going to have catastrophic effects on the city, and you are solely responsible for that. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs, can you proceed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the duly elected Chair of Chairs, elected by an overwhelming majority in this council and not in a court of law somewhere, I rise to table the reports of legislature. That is with the exclusion of items 20, 21, and 33, as I have been requested by the Chairperson of Development Planning to withdraw those reports. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Just repeat the items that you're removing is item 20. Chair of Chairs, item 20.
20, that will be 20, 21, and 33, Madam Speaker.
33. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like the Chair of Chairs to please clarify if he is also withdrawing an executive report, which is item 20, because those reports are tabled by, those reports are tabled by the executive,
and it's not a committee report, so the development planning, the quarterlies cannot be withdrawn by the chair of chairs because it's an executive report, and I have not withdrawn that report. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So item 33 was requested to be withdrawn by the chairperson of the committee, and we cannot consider item 20 and 21 without the recommendation of the chairperson, so automatically they are withdrawn. So the chair of chairs is correct. Thank you. Chairperson of the committee.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just for the record, that is Section 79 reports and not executive reports. We must get it correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while these items are tabled by the member in charge, the first two items are the reports of the executive, and during the debate, members will then ask whether the executive wants to withdraw those two items. It will be items 20 and 21. It is only item 33 that is that of the committee. In terms of, you got it actually the other way around. If there are no items 20 and 21, then 33 cannot be tabled, but 33 can be withdrawn, and item 20 and 21 be tabled, and then the report of the committee can come at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Can we now proceed, please? Acting Secretary.
Councillors, we are on item 1, which is a performance assessment report for the Community Development Department for 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022, read together with item 2, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg City Theatre for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022, also read together with item 3, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022. And all those items are read together lastly with item 26, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Community Development Committee on the 2021-22 fourth quarterly performance assessment report of the Department of Community Development, Joburg City Theatre and Joburg City Parks and Zoo for the period April to June 2022.
Councillor Sifumba.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to start by greeting the Executive Mayor, the Acting City Manager, the Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, all the chairpersons of respecting Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties, fellow councillors, managers and officials of the city, and the distinguished guests and fellow residents of the City of Johannesburg. Speaker, on behalf of Community Development Section 79 Committee, I rise to table the Section 79 Community Development 2021-2022 fourth quarter performance report for the Department of Community Development in the Johannesburg City Theatres and the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for consideration by Council. Speaker, these reports cover the period from April to June 2022. Thank you.
Councillor Mazibuko.
Madam Speaker, as the DA caucus, we have established that Councillor Nkwanyana will be speaking on the item. Thank you very much.
Councillor Nkwanyana.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Greetings to the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Dr. Mpho Phalatse, Chief Whip of the Caucus of the Democratic Alliance, Councillor Tyrell Myers, Chairperson of the Caucus of the DA, Gert Niemand, Honorable Councillors, I greet you all. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this item. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I rise to speak on item 2 and 3 in particular, which is fourth quarter performance assessment report for Joburg City Theatres and Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for 2021-2022 financial year for the period April to June 2022. Reports in front of us seeking council approval and also aiming at providing shareholder, in this instant, City of Johannesburg, with progress on performance made by the City Theatres and City Parks and Zoo on the fourth quarter of 21-22 financial year against the approved business plan in compliance with Section 41 of Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. With regards to city theatres in particular, Presiding Officer, allow me to highlight some few achievements that have been noted with appreciation. For the period under review, 20 out of 22 KPIs were measured, and the overall score for fourth quarter is 100% achievement, and 100% achievement on capital expenditure budget against the target of 95. Repairs and maintenance budget expenditure, the entity achieved 30% against 8% set target. Percentage of procurement spent on SMMEs against total procurement expenditure budget, Joburg City Theatres achieved 104% against the set target of 75. It is further noted with appreciation that Joburg City Theatres is simultaneously progressing on its strategic objective of providing opportunities for youth, including artists, theater practitioners, as well as entrepreneurs. Regardless of some challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, Joburg City Theatres managed to cope and came up with innovative ways of continuing the business of entertainment. The above-mentioned achievements, Presiding Officer, serves as testimony that the City of Johannesburg is progressing under the multi-party coalition led by the Executive Mayor, Dr. Mpho Phalatse. That on its own, colleagues and councillors, it means the coalition government led by Mpho Phalatse, Doctor, delivers on its promises, unlike other coalition government that delivered nothing but a Jojo tank and a borehole. With regards to Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo, Presiding Officer, the DA notes with appreciation the improvement demonstrated by the entity City Parks and Zoo in the quarter under review. However, we encourage the entity to actually spend the budget instead of committing it. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, the Democratic Alliance supports the items 2 and 3, and we are confident that the above-mentioned achievements are in line with the golden policy of the Democratic Alliance, open opportunity for all. And it also in line with the pillars 2 and 5 of the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Dr. Mpho Palazzi, that is aiming at revitalizing, developing, and renewing the City of Johannesburg. Presiding Officer, I thank you.
Councillor Dladla.
Ngibonge Speaker. Ngiqale ngokubingelela umholi we-Caucus ye-EFF in Johannesburg, uFighter Sipetlele Raserute. We normally call him the one-eye foot soldier, the most resolute and the most focused leader you can get in the city of Johannesburg. And also my Chief Whip, Thabisa Mogapi, and all councillors in the House. Speaker, I intended only to note, but the previous speaker is inviting me to a different terrain because I serve with him in that department. And we know, both me and him, both of us, that the department that we are from is disastrous. It is leaderless. That department is, it has no leader. The reports there, if we were allowed to speak to, you were going to see. The money that is allocated to the department, I tell you, Speaker, we are failing to spend. Last time I was standing here speaking about a library that is not open for the past 4 years. The leader of Mr. Harris, being the MMC of community development, has never done a thing in order to check what's happening there. But in a nutshell, we note item, in a nutshell, we want to note item 1, item 2, and 26.
Thank you. Councillor Christians, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not too sure what happened there, but I think you missed a beat because we are councillors, we're not Mr. and Mrs. So can you please keep the protocol in place, please? Thank you.
I said councillor. Councillor Masocha. Councillor Masocha. Thank you. Councillor Masocha is on the floor. Thank you.
Greetings, Speaker, Action SA, Caucus Leader, Madam Mayor, and fellow councillors. We note the ComDev performance assessment report and commend the steady increase in access and participation throughout the directorates, accommodating residents from all walks of life, almost tripling the first quarter stats, recognizing library information services internship ICT program and their efforts in the emphasis on youth employment. A significant increase in capital and operational budget as compared to the third quarter, 19 of 22 indicators achieved. On the downside, however, high vacancy rates with the department, poor security measures in place. We also note the fourth quarter highlights, particularly in healthy lifestyle programs and sporting codes, are mainly focused in Region D. It is encouraged that we diversify regions and seek to provide more means of access to residents. Programs, in some instances, there are more funded activities presented in comparison to the SDBIP, where programs are budgeted for without a means of tracking expenditure. Many residents are experiencing water crisis. Many residents have also not had a swim since the COVID lockdowns. Our pools are often neglected in the off seasons and require repairs and maintenance annually. The failure to provide operational pools in the summer is a direct insult towards the residents, a clear indication of deficiency in our service delivery. We humbly ask the executive and the MMC to provide the committee with monthly calendars and access similar to that of JCT, so we can practice effective oversight and experience the true value of service delivery towards our residents of
30
Johannesburg.
seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zwane.
Greetings, Speaker, our caucus leader, Funzi Ngobeni. Special greetings to our residents in the city of Johannesburg. We note that JCPZ has not achieved a clean audit for 4 years now, but they have achieved an unqualified audit opinion. We also note that JCPZ has only achieved 14 out of 17 KPIs, which translates to 82%. The overall achievement of JCPZ for the financial year of 2021 to 2022 is 77%. If you compare the first quarter and the fourth quarter, you'll see that this entity has improved from 65 to 82%, which shows that under the leadership in that department, things were starting to turn for better. Traction has been gained towards the procurement of generators which are required to augment load shedding challenges at various facilities. The tender process was approved and implementation will commence on the first quarter of the new financial year. We as Action SA would like to see more joint ventures by JCPZ in areas like Orange Farm, Soweto, Alex, El Dorado, Kliptown, and other townships going forward. Our residents should be given services equally, irrespective whether they are paying or not paying. We note areas of concern, safety and security in public spaces, cemeteries, vandalism, increased crime rate, illegal dumping. CapEx spending is at 41%, and if you compare it from the first quarter, it was at 5%. Difference is 31%. As we all know, numbers do not lie. We as Action SA know that there is room for improvement. We will make sure that the MMC and the officials are held accountable.
30 seconds.
With that said, Action SA notes the report as tabled. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Madam Mayor, Speaker, MMCs, leaders of political parties, councillors, city manager, officials, visitors, I rise to speak on the performance assessment reports for the fourth quarter and ended June 2022. I'll be speaking about the Community Development Department, the Johannesburg City Theatres and the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo. Some highlights from the report. Operating expenditure ended at 82.3% versus a target of 95%. Contributing factors are supply chain management processes, which are at times onerous. Capital expenditure is at 60% versus a target of 95%. Major challenges are the dependence on Johannesburg Property Company, JDA, and Joshco panels to provide services, and the delay in the payment of invoices. Plans are in place, though, to exert greater control over these processes. 19 of 22 KPIs are achieved. Liquidity and insolvency are two KPIs which will remain an issue as long as the current funding model exists and the assets of Comdev, Theatres, and JPC reflect on the balance sheet of JPC. We are concerned about the Johannesburg Art Gallery and the iconic City Centre Library. If I may just add, Lehigh, which is the library that was referred to, has indeed been open for a long time as possible, which I concur. That was an issue that is outside the preserve of ComDev because it was a city power issue. Sorry, MMC San. A city power issue, and we needed an occupational certificate, which is not something that we can get from an internet cafe. And I think our dear councillor should realize that. Vandalism and security are ongoing challenges. There are positive developments, though. The plan to stop the shooting at West Park Cemetery is working well. The digitalization programs offered by the libraries are being well supported. The Rurapur Theatre hosts early childhood development centers from Dobsonville, White City, and Snake Park in exciting programs for the kids. All regions are promoting healthy lifestyles with various sporting programs. And Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo has formed strong bonds with UN Habitat to promote sustainable environmental issues. I want to express my gratitude to the scores of people who have worked hard and are still working tirelessly to deliver services in line with identified priorities and the golden repair. I ask that the fourth quarter performance report for community development be noted positively. I thank you.
Councillor Sifuma. Councillor Sifumba.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, noting the observations cited in the tabled oversight report of the Community Development Section 79 Committee, the Section 79 Committee recommends that Council approves the Department of Community Development, Johannesburg City Theatres and Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo 2021-2022 fourth quarter performance report, taking into consideration all comments and recommendations made on page 13 of the oversight report. Thank you.
Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 1.68, 2.20, 3.13, and 26.16. Are the items agreed to? Thank you.
We are now on item 4, which is a performance assessment report for the Economic Development Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022. Read together with item 5, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg Market Limited for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022. Also read together with item 6, which is a performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2020-2021 financial year for the period April to June 2022. And the above items are read together with item 7, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg Tourism Company for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022. And also item 27, with an oversight report of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee on the 2021-22 fourth quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Economic Development, Joburg Tourism Company, Joburg Fresh Produce Market, and Metropolitan Trading Company for the period April to June 2022.
The chairperson of the committee is not here, Councillor Mhlongo. For medical reasons, any member of the committee can please rise and table the reports. Councillor, your surname is difficult for me. I don't want to mispronounce it. Please, I acknowledge you. Councillor Bolani, okay, thank you. Councillor Bolani, you will table the economic development report. Please, Councillor, proceed.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, I see you didn't respond. You just went to the next one, but I just wanted to rise on Rule 37, implementation of decisions by Council. The Executive Mayor must report on a quarterly basis of all council resolution. The agenda of the meeting must include the return of status of implementation, which is basically
Councillor,
the quarterly
what are we
report,
dealing with now?
which is tabled by the Executive Mayor. I want to just find
Councillor,
out,
please sit down.
is that correct?
I'm
that,
not going to entertain
that the
this.
Section
Can I have
17, the Chair of
Councillor
Chairs
Bolani, please?
withdraw executive
Councillor, please sit
reports.
down.
I want it on record.
I've made my ruling on that.
I
Please
want
sit
it on
down.
record.
Councillor Bolani.
You made a ruling. Thank you.
Councillor Bolani, can you please table the economic development reports?
Speaker, greetings Speaker, fellow councillors. I would like to ask the council to consider placing reports of item 4 performance assessment report for the Economic Development Department for the 2021 to 2022 financial for the period April to June 2022 in conjunction with item 5 performance assessment report for Joburg Market LTD for the 2021-2022 financial year for the period of April to June 2022, and item 6 in performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2021-2022 financial year for the period April to June 2022. And also item 7, performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Tourism Company for the 2021-2022 financial year for the period April to June 2022. And item 27, oversight report for the Economic Development Section 79 Committee on the period on the 2021-2022 fourth year quarter performance assessment report for the Department of Economic Development, Joburg Tourism Company, Joburg Fresh Produce Market, and Metropolitan Trading Company for the period April to June 2022. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Nkomo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning, fellow councillors, Executive Mayor. Good afternoon. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 4, which is the performance assessment report for the Economic Development Department for 2021-2022 financial year. Speaker, South Africa has one of the highest rates of unemployment in the world. Businesses struggle to hire and grow while governments invest in training and capacity building programs that don't deliver results. Governments are being misguided by the opinion that more skills, degrees, and training is the key to unlocking opportunity. This is not the lived experience of millions of young men and women who continue to be locked out of opportunity by various economic barriers. Speaker, for the quarter under review, the Department of Economic Development has reported that the number of SMMEs supported was 14,304 SMMEs against an annual target of 16,500 SMMEs. That equates to 87% achievement to the annual target. This is a welcome development, as we know that it is small businesses that remain central to growing the economy in a society that works. In the report, we are further told that the Opportunity Centers collectively recorded a total of 3,903 client walk-ins during quarter 4. These are clients who physically visited the Opportunity Centers to access various services. Speaker, what is not in question is the clear need and desperation of our residents to connect and access opportunities. This is supported by the fact that during the period under review, the unemployment rate in the city rose from 26.7% to 39.1%, increasing by 12.4 percentage points. When you consider these stats, there is a need to ask ourselves some difficult questions. This is while acknowledging the progress. The main question being, are the interventions and programs in place offering tangible solutions which address the immediate needs of our job seekers and entrepreneurs? In search of the answer, the committee went on a benchmarking exercise, first to the Elders Opportunity Center, and then to the Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator just down the road. Elders Opportunity Center recorded 1 outreach program, 59 walk-ins, 58 SMMEs supported against a quarterly target of 366, equating to a mere 16% achievement of the quarterly target. which needs improvement. To make sense of this, it must be noted that upon our visit, we observed the following. The OC was in the dock as it was affected by load shedding. The OC was understaffed, which some staff members are said to be on study leave. This compared to Harambee, where we found a different picture altogether. While the DED insists on blaming COVID for their poor outreach and engagement, Harambee has bridged this gap with a fully functioning call center, offering young people practical and real-time advice on how to prepare for interviews. While DED struggles with launching a job seekers database, Harambee operates an app which matches job seekers to vacancies based on geography, education, and customized requirements. While our opportunity centers remain understaffed and
30
under-resourced,
seconds.
Harambee has a team of people ready to support, register, and load employer job vacancies and employee applications. So I ask again, are there interventions and programs in place offering tangible solutions while we address the immediate needs of job seekers and entrepreneurs? Having engaged with the MMC on a number of occasions, I'm confident that in the limited time that he has been in office, he's committed to turning things around for the better. Thanks.
Councillor Bolani.
Thanks, Speaker. We note all discussions and proposals. Thank you.
Councillor Edward.
I rise on item 4. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Good afternoon, Caucus Leader, Action SA Caucus Leader, MMC Funzi Ngobeni, and all protocols observed. I would like to use this opportunity to highlight some of the department's performance and achievements. Running taps can run the city dry. MMC Mbundu understands that and permanently closed the taps. The 6 million residents of Johannesburg are in safe hands. 46.7% residents in Johannesburg remain unemployed. The fourth quarter report presented a positive turnaround strategy which seeks to revive the economy by creating an enabling environment for local business to strive. The efforts by MMC Nkulimbundu and his team show the great understanding of the plight faced by our residents and the importance of rebuilding of all sectors of the economy to ensure strides are made to curb the elephant in the room, unemployment. The Department of Economic Development achieved 9 out of 10 KPIs, which is a 90% achievement, and we applaud you, MMC, for that. The long-standing informal trading policy was finally approved by Council on the 26th of April 2022. The implementation is in the advanced stage. A task team has been formed comprising of all the representatives from all city departments. The permit system has been developed and it's in the testing phase. The governance has been strengthened in all MOEs by making it mandatory to provide portfolio of evidence to support quarterly reports. This was done to help the MOEs to report on KPIs that they've achieved, but also to avoid falsely reporting and misleading counsel. MMC Nkulimbundu has facilitated the appointment of qualified and ethical leaders to serve on the boards of the Department of Economic Development entities, including the newly established Johannesburg Tourism Company. The MMC has indeed initiated a property audit of 29,000 city-owned properties and intends property.
Councillor Edward, please sit down. There's a hand here.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order because the Speaker is misleading the House. It's speaking about the trading policy that is being on the advanced stage. It's funny because as we speak, you've got a case in De Villiers Street whereby the traders their cases in court as we speak right now. So I'm surprised that is misleading this House by saying the trading policy is in advanced stage. With who?
Okay,
Because,
thank you, Councillor.
Yes, so it's misleading the House. There's no such.
Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards, please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. MMC Nkulumbundu initiated a property audit of 29,000 city-owned properties and intends property valuation, repair and maintenance of dilapidated
13
buildings.
seconds.
Good governance remain the cornerstone of the department. We are confident as Action SA that the next quarter performance and the rest of the financial year will change the face of economic outlook in the city of Johannesburg, the city of golden opportunities. We as Action SA know the performance assessment report. God bless the people of Johannesburg, Action SA and South Africa as a whole. I thank you.
Councillor Telekwa.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greeting, Speaker. Greeting to 29 battalions of EFF led by the capable Chairperson, Spetlin. I rise on item 4, 5, 6, 7, and 27. Is the performance assessment report for Joburg tourism, for what's the other one? For economic development and for Joburg tourism. All right, we have a problem in the city. This city is led by the non-thinkers and uncaring leaders. Our people are seeing who really are, and I'm certain they'll give EFF 50 plus 1% because they know EFF cares. Why I say we have non-thinkers? Now, JDA is not even issuing claims on time. There's delay in project implementation for CAPEX. And there's only one exporter training led by the National Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, which limits the participation to only 30 SMMEs per financial year. 30 SMMEs is insignificant. The skill development program was also cancelled. The city must start supporting businesses financially. It's important. They claim to have supported businesses over the years, but we don't know where are those businesses. Are they successful? Yes or no? Youth centers don't even have Wi-Fi, and we're talking about unemployment. So I don't understand why we are being led by non-thinkers. And has the opportunity seeker database has been launched yet? I don't know. Have they refurbished the Pan-Africa and Kopanong linear market? I don't know. You use ways like promote, develop, increase support, but we don't see any growth of these SMMEs. When it suits the leadership, they collaborate with nation and provincial government. But when the community needs you the most, they are being told that they distance themselves and they are being told that no, this is not their jurisdiction. They must go to national. We also have a serious issue with Joburg water. Those officers are untouchable. They don't account to anyone. Even the MMC or the mayor can give them a shout now. They'll never call back. They'll not even answer your phone. And that, it's a problem because businesses are suffering because of failure by the officials to attend to calls. Sewage goes unattended for days, even when there's calls logged. There's one from sub-region A, I'm not sure, I think it's called Tande. It's just a mess. You call them, they don't answer at all. As EFF, we ask JPC to furnish us with the buildings owned by the city, including those that are rented out and those leased to the city. We are still waiting. The city will only deliver to the masses when led by the EFF. We care about our people. Thank you.
Councillor Mulelu.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me firstly greet our leader of Caucus, Dada Morero, our MMCs present, our fellow councillors, and our Chief Whip. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 5, which is the performance assessment report for the Joburg market for the year 2021-2022 financial year for the period April to June 2022. As the African National Congress, we note the report with great concern and disappointment. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
David. Good afternoon, Madam Presiding Officer. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to members of the public. But especially, good afternoon, Mayor Umpo Palazzi. Madam Presiding Officer, can the other half quieten down, please, Madam Presiding Officer? You've had your opportunity. It's ours now. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm going to be commenting on all the items underneath the umbrella of economic development, of which there are 4. However, we only have reports for 2 of them in our quarterlies in respect to the items that we're dealing with. In the first instance, Joburg Tourism, which is a separate entity from economic development, is still clustered under economic development for whatever reason. And for the Joburg JPC, Joburg Property Company, thank you very much. We have no reports because for 2 quarters now, we have not had reports which have come to Council because there's been a problem between JPC presenting the necessary evidence and the MMC signing off on those reports in terms of the lack of the necessary evidence. And it puts us as a committee in an invidious position because we cannot then have oversight on something which we're required to do. So, this matter needs to be sorted out one way or the other, and it needs to be sorted out satisfactorily.
Councillor Lowe, please take your seat. There's a hand. Yes, Councillor.
Oh, tefu.
Speaker, please, I'm rising on a point of personal explanation. I heard the Councillor there, Councillor Martin Lowe, raising that there's been a period where JPC report has not come to the Section 79 committee. And I would like to ask the MMC, why is that? Because there's been 2 quarters where reports have not come. And that is regressing service delivery in the city of Johannesburg that is supposed to be rendered to our residents. So I would like, as a duly elected councillor of Ward 105 in Alex, so that the residents of Alexandra can know why is that. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Presiding Officer, thank you very much. I don't know why Councillor Pardo had to raise that point in the middle of my speech when he's actually going to be speaking. I think a speaker after me. So when he's speaking, I'm going to. Can you give me a minute or 2 of his speech as well, then, please? Okay, he agrees. Madam Presiding Officer, just with regards to Johannesburg Property Company, and in addition to what I've just said, I heard something very alarming very recently, because it seems to be a new thing, and that is that the leases of clubs in areas of parks, which are under the jurisdiction, in other words, of city parks and zoo, have apparently now been given their own ability to deal with these types of leases. Now, this has never come through our committee, and it certainly has not come to Council. I don't understand how this is possible. So, we need some answers on that as to, if this is even legitimate or not. Further, with regard to the entities, on MTC, I think the less I say at this stage is the better, because I'm not going to be saying anything positive. It's difficult to say anything positive, unfortunately, about the Metropolitan Trading Company. With regards to Johannesburg Tourism, then, for us, some 6 weeks ago, having had a meeting where we dealt with the quarterly reports, because we ran out of time, did not have an opportunity to ask questions and get the answers within the time frames and limits, so that we were enabled to put in written questions, the replies of which, for all the entities, the replies for which and of which we have not received in their entirety, but that's got nothing to do with Council, and I'll take that to the next committee. But the two questions which come out of some of the questions asked and answers given. And the first is with regards to Johannesburg Tourism Company. We have not one, not two, but we have 3 mobile visitor centers, in other words, mobile buses. Now, I think that's overkill. You know, I'm all for that, but I think it's overkill.
15 seconds.
The second point is the Joburg tourism website has been down for not months, but years now. And every time and occasion we asked what's happening, when's it coming back, when's it going to be back online, we get given
Time's up.
a promise and a promise and a promise, and nothing has
Thank you,
happened.
Councillor.
And at that point,
Councillor Mwate.
Greetings to you, Speaker, to the Executive Mayor, Action SA Caucus Leader, Councillor Funzingo Beni, Kere Elele Sebata. Greetings to fellow councillors. Special greetings goes to the City of Joburg residents, all protocol observed. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 5, a performance assessment report on the Joburg market for the 2021-2022 financial year and for the period April to June 2022. Speaker, whenever economic development is mentioned, hope is born simply because it is a subject which seeks to address not only the standard of our city, but also the well-being of our people, especially when it comes to improving the quality of their livelihood during our tenure in council and beyond. Unemployment is a red flag which depends on the good output of economic development, thus having not only a realistic but also the correct goals and objectives from an economic development dimension, which is a must. Therefore, it goes without saying that creating favorable markets in Joburg is a clarion call which so far Joburg market has become an ideal in responding to this type of a call, hence there has been a satisfactory progress. Speaker, interesting to note is that Joburg market was able to achieve its market share target, speaking financial achievement of 45.6%. The Joburg market turnover achieved was at least set at 8.76 billion, which exceeds the target of 8.6 billion. Joburg market achieved 100% of its KPIs, positive financial ratios, targeted procurement, which is the company that has now achieved, at least in its BE procurement, drive for all supply chain management. During COVID-19 pandemic, PPE controls were in place and Joburg market continued to promote the vaccination drive of COJ to have employees vaccinated. A new concept was developed for the rejuvenation of the Soweto market. Joburg market executed the first programs as contained in its transformation strategy. The company also delivered a successful Youth Day program on the 16th June 2022. JM executed a successful cleaning campaign under the RCBetsing initiative, which was attended by over 250 participants. A job well done in dealing with corruption by discovering a fraudulent transaction to the value of 5.5 million conducted allegedly by 2 employees of. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Chairperson Rapadu.
Thank you, Speaker. To Caucus Leader in absentia, Dada Morero, we greet you. Sorry, this is not the NC. I said Chairperson. But the Caucus Leader, Dada Morero, I rise to speak on the performance assessment of the Metro Trading Company for the period 2020-2021 financial year, for the period April to June and subsequently I'll be speaking on the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Tourism Company for the same period. Madam Speaker, Leo Tolstoy once said, open quote, "The truth, like gold, is to be obtained not by its growth, but the washing away from it, that all that is not gold," close quote. As we receive and consider this report,
there's a hand. Councillor Low, is
I'm
it a
going to
point of
scream
order?
if you're just raising on a frivolous point of order.
Please sit down, Councillor Rapat. Councillor Low?
No, Madam President, I'm just being petty and I'm just getting back at him.
Okay, thank you. I think my time must be reset because Councillor Lowe have just chowed my time for nothing at all. Speaker, as we receive and consider this report, we need to remember that the primary role of Council is to scrutinize and to make sure that services are provided to our residents, Madam Speaker. Just like the report in front of us, the quote by Leo Tolstoy might be easily applied to describe the glaring flaws and many missed opportunities by this entity called the Johannesburg Metro Trading Company. When the Johannesburg broadband network model was adopted by this council, it was hailed as a game changer that the entity will integrate the city's telecommunication platform, lower international operation cost, increase digital access, and lower the cost of communication for residents of the city of Johannesburg. Looking at this fourth quarter report, that is not the case in point, as there is decline in performance across all smart city indicators. Madam Speaker, although there might be a silver lining that there is demand for MTC services from both the private and internal City of Johannesburg departments. Fellow councillors, in this quarter we see a 23% drop compared to the third quarter achievements, which translates to, wait for it, 11 KPIs not being achieved in the quarter out of 16 KPIs. Ooh, Madam Speaker, it is disappointing that if only the MMC put more effort and energy into harnessing the value proposition of this entity like he does chasing after foreigners in downtown Jozi, we would be speaking a better story, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is said for services servicing the residents and making sure there is better digital access for the forgotten people of Jozi is something far from the mind of our MMC. Fellow councillors, let me tell you how the drop in performance has stalled the social cohesion program. Let's take the Wi-Fi access point KPI for instance. The many people in the township as we speak who are huddled around clinics, libraries, and government buildings, who brave the sun, the rain, and even face the prospect of being robbed of their cell phones just to connect to the internet are poorer today because of this poor performance. Secondly, those residents who live in the inner city, who get mugged on a daily basis, and the criminals can't be arrested or their criminal activity can't be thwarted because there's downtime on the network at the IOC of the JMPD. Madam Speaker, there's nothing to note in this report. I can go on and go on. SMME's targets are not being met. A huge percentage of the Auditor General findings are not resolved. MTC does not even have a website, Madam Speaker, which is sad. But our MMC is...
Time up. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Councillor Mbundu.
Madam Speaker, all protocol involved. Madam Speaker, in December 2021, we inherited a city and departments on life support in ICU after 3 decades of violent abuse. When we took over the administration, we underestimated the extent of the rot that had manifested in our core DD departments and the MOEs that report to it. We immediately set ourselves to task to get this patient out of ICU. Fast forward, Q4, we had made significant achievements, setting the scene for continuous improvements for as long as the government is stable and we are allowed to continue doing our critical work. If you look at the overall highlights across the portfolio, Madam Speaker, number one is tighter governance, something that never existed. It is potentially a foreign concept to others.
There's a hand. Please sit down. Yes, Councillor.
Thanks, Speaker. Can I just ask the MMC to open her mouth when he speaks, because we can't hear him? Please.
Councillor Mbundu, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll repeat point number one, that we've introduced tighter governance, which is a foreign concept to the previous government. Our boards, comprising of qualified, experienced, and highly educated technocrats, have been hard at work. We've improved KPI attainment across financial performance, quarter on quarter, year on year, for the first time since the 2016-2019 administration. We've increased staff morale by having introduced a zero-tolerance policy on victimization in our workforce and creating a safe space to work. We've improved public confidence in the ability for the COJ government to deliver basic services and being accessible at all times. And more importantly, we've established relationships with big business and prospective international investors, to help promote the SMME development and the much-needed job creation. This includes, amongst others, the EU Chamber of Commerce, which is the largest FDI partner to South Africa, the SA Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and various business forums that are represented under the JBF, which I chair. Madam Speaker, my colleagues covered me on some of the details, but the performance is that it speaks for itself. The Joburg market has hit 100% of its KPIs, probably the first time in the longest time. It was able to exceed their revenue targets at 8.6 billion, achieving 8.7 billion, achieving a market share of at least 45.6%. We still have a problem with MTC. Yes, while it achieved, overachieved in terms of their revenue for Q4, and installed at least about 130, or maintained about 130 kilometers of fiber out of a target of 115, there's a problem. And I'm not here just to speak about highlights, but we also need to highlight some of the challenges that we face that are historical. The entity today is burdened with historical debt dating back as far as 2019 of about R1 billion of interdepartmental debt that they are not able to recover. These are some of the things that we had been working on before we were illegally removed from council. Cash collection is less than 40%, and it's a material concern to us. MTC has been operating outside of the signed SDA since 2019, which means, by and large, the transactions between 2020 and 2022 could be irregular. So I'm saying at the time of our illegal removal from the office, we're at advanced stages in terms of working with this and working with Jeffis in introducing this.
Councillor Mbundu, please just hold on. Councillors, please allow Councillor Mbundu to finish. If you need water, raise your bottle. We will take a body break after the next item. Councillor Mbundu, if you're able to kindly raise your voice, please proceed. You've got
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will try. Looking at the Department of Economic Development, we've hit 90% target of KPIs. More importantly, Madam Speaker, is that at the end of...
Councillor Mbundu, councillors, if you keep quiet, you'll hear him. Can we kindly give him an opportunity to speak? Councillor Mbundu, you've got 1 minute, 45 seconds. Please proceed.
More importantly, Madam Speaker, is that at the time of us being removed from council, we had finalized a grant funding partnership with the Joburg Inner City Partnership that would see about 5,000 young people employed in the city of Johannesburg. This is a very big milestone in terms of us implementing job creation, and it's all about unlocking what was there from when we came into the administration. The Joburg Tourism Company, until the end of Q4, it operated technically as a semi-standalone unit within DED, pending the migration of the business and the staff to the newly formed entity. We were successful in migrating the unit in time with the board in order to start working on the recruitment of the executive, to finalize the new strategy, and to launch the entity.
Councillor Mbundu, there's a hand. Please sit down. You've got a minute after that. Councillor Mbengwa.
Norman, on the section 72 of our rule book, it allows us to stand up as councillors to express. And I wanted to recommend that Honorable Councillor Mbundu should, after these whole things that will happen, the August things, join those auctioneer because the voice is so perfect for that.
Councillor, please sit down. Councillor Mbundu, you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if our colleagues were prepared to listen.
Councillors, please keep quiet. If you don't want to listen, you're welcome to excuse yourself. We can give you a minute to excuse yourself, but we want to hear what Councillor Mbundu has to say. Thank you. Councillor Mbundu.
Madam Speaker, I will conclude. I reiterate again that the DD portfolio has seen significant improvements in performance by the end of Q4. A very far cry from the state of ICU we found the portfolio in December 2021. Under our custodianship, this patient has come off life support and started the process of rehabilitation. The illegal council events of September 2022 threaten to reverse the progress made to date and renders the residents of Johannesburg vulnerable to poor service delivery. With that said, Speaker, we ask that the Q4 reports for the DD portfolio be noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 4.5, 5.3. Oh, Councillor Bolani, to close the debate. You're not on my list. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee, I request Council to approve items 4, 5, 6, in conjunction with item 7, the oversight report of the committee.
Thank you, Councillor. Again, the recommendations on pages 4.5, 5.3, 6.4, 7.10, and 27.9 to 27.10. Are the items agreed to? We'll do the next item and then take a body break for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Councillors, we're on item 8, which is the performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022, read together with item 9, which is performance assessment report for the City Power Joburg Ltd for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022. Also read together with item 10, which is the performance assessment report for the Joburg Water Limited for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022. Also read together with item 11, which is the performance assessment report for Pick It Up Johannesburg Limited for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022. And the above items read together with item 28, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2021-22 fourth quarterly performance assessment report of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Pick It Up, Johannesburg Water, and Johannesburg City Power for the period April to June 2022.
Ngobeni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, all chairpersons of respective Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties, fellow councillors, managers, and officials of the city, distinguished guests, and fellow citizens, all protocols observed. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Section 79 Oversight Committee, I rise to highlight the state of the EIS portfolio within the city, which consists of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Joburg Water, Pick It Up, and City Power for the period between April to June 2022.
Madam Speaker, the EIS portfolio within the city is the heartbeat of service delivery. The mandatory basic service delivery services such as the provision of water, electricity, and clean environment, as clearly articulated in our Constitution, all fall under the EIS portfolio. The scope of this portfolio therefore calls for greater oversight mechanisms to ensure that the executive delivers and ensures that the residents of our city are well looked after. To that end, having a well-run city is a non-negotiable priority if we are to improve the lives of the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, on EISD, the department itself, performance for the fourth quarter was not satisfactory, with a performance achievement rate of 73%, which is a drop from 83% as compared to the previous quarter. A total of 15 targets were met out of a total of 22 targets that were due for reporting. Targets that were not achieved relate to procurement delays, shortages of staff, water samples tested, capital budget expenditures, construction of waste-to-energy plant, construction of operational plant for the treatment and disposal of biodegradable waste, bio-regional plan, and percentage of water diverted from landfill sites. Through robust engagements with the department, EISD has committed to accelerate and improve performance of these unfulfilled KPIs in the upcoming quarters. Our committee, we want to assure you, will monitor these KPIs in the next quarter and ensure their achievement. On City Power, Madam Speaker, it remains a concern that the entity's performance by the end of the quarter was sitting at 58% with an achievement of 17 KPIs out of a whopping 28. That were due for reporting. Underspending and target variances in previous quarters contributed towards the entity failing to meet its KPIs in the fourth quarter. Progress made regarding repairs and maintenance on property, plant, and equipment remains unsatisfactory. The committee also observed that most streetlights in Johannesburg are either dysfunctional or in poor condition. This is concerning for the residents' safety, Madam Speaker, and the committee will continue to monitor City Power's indicators and make certain that they are met in the upcoming quarters.
Councillors?
The suggestion of Apollo Towers as a solution was made, and the committee will follow up on this development. Madam Speaker, on Pick It Up, by the end of the quarter, the entity achieved 6 out of 11 quarterly targets, putting the entity's performance at 55% of the quarter.
Councillor Ngobeni, there's a hand. Kindly sit. You have 30 seconds when you come back.
Thank you.
Councillor, please proceed. I hope it's a point of order, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising to say I'm lost. I thought the MIC member in charge would table, but I don't know where are we. I just needed clarity.
Councillor,
thank you very much.
Please sit down. Chair Lerato, please proceed. 30 seconds, please proceed.
I'm not sure what just happened, Madam Speaker, but I will end. The performance of this entity of Pick It Up was unsatisfactory, and the further observed high vacancy rate within the entity, which is another key challenge hampering the company in its daily operations. I table this report, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Coogan.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, all protocol observed. I'm talking to item 8 and 11 of the performance assessment reports for the period of April to June 2020 to 2022, sorry. Okay, to start off with, I'm going to talk about some concerns. Briefly, the vacancy rate was raised. Secondly, we have had a situation where, in terms of the wastewater treatment works, the overall year was 1,809 in terms of the amount of spillages. Again, this is something that I think we have to deal with long term, but we have inherited it from the past. However, going on from there, I would like to talk about some positive developments and in line with us aiming for a safe, well-run, business-friendly, get basics right and inclusive city. Firstly, we have a policy document that has been worked on for the urban heat island effect, which is very significant as it can affect particularly poor residents up to 6 degrees centigrade. We have a water security strategy policy that has been finalized. We have the catchment management plan of one area finalized. We have environmental management plans for 14 reserves with 246 people being employed instead of and exceeding the target of 200. This also involved alien plant removal. We have had the Klippersberg and Kloofendal proclamations submitted. 100% of the capital development plans was screened for 4 environmental requirements. 100% of invoices were paid in 30 days. 95% of resolution of internal audit findings were resolved in the financial year. The climate action plan is finished, and now there is the working on a 4-part climate action plan implementation plan. On top of that, we have the development of regional park strategy, which is currently being drawn up, which is very important in terms of the fact that we have rapid urbanization.
30 seconds.
Okay, we have a sustainable stormwater manual.
Councillor Coogan, there's a hand. Please sit down. Then you'll have 15 seconds when we come back to you. Yes, Councillor. Switch off one mic, please.
I'm raising on Rule 72.1. I don't know where does it get this report, because this report is not a true reflection. One, I'm staying in the inner city. If now you can go there and see, we are speaking about environment here. How
that's not a point of order, Councillor.
Because look,
Councillor, you'll debate it if you put your list on the speaker's list. You can't debate.
No, I'm calling into order to
that's
say
not
that
a point of order.
She must not mislead the House. She must not mislead the House.
Councillor Coogan?
Yes.
Please sit down. Councillor Coogan, you've got 15 seconds. Please proceed.
Right, thank you. And then we also have the empowerment of reclaimers, which is taking place with 2 sorting sites and the registration of the waste reclaimers and having them integrated into the separation at source. And 2 sorting sites are have now been finalized and determined in Marlborough that will be implemented going forward.
Thank you,
I will
Councillor
finish
Tema.
at this point then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mkize.
Thank you, Speaker. The IFP, not the report. Thank you.
Councillor Mashala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Action SA Caucus Leader, and fellow councillors. I rise on item 9 and 10. Speaker, at the last council meeting, our colleagues say that we need to call a spade, and we agreed. The water crisis in the city of Johannesburg is a nightmare. From Soweto to Diepsloot, Coronationville to Ivory Park, Orange Farm, Alexandra, Sandton, and Roodepoort. Almost wall to wall now, Water cuts and shedding are now becoming commonplace. For years, signs of pending water systems failures have been developing throughout the city. There have been little to no signs of any improvement in the situation. In many instances, water is cut throughout the day into the early morning hours when people must prepare for work and school. Residents of Lenasia South are experiencing limited water supply, and their frustrations are amplified by the fact that a brand new reservoir and tower was built and completed recently. More woefully, Madam Speaker, the lack of water affects hospitals, schools, old age homes, businesses, and thousands of residents. We know that the rate at which water provision infrastructure is maintained is far below what it should be.
Councillor Mashala, please take a seat. There's a hand. Councillor Nott.
Sorry, Speaker. I don't think that it's conducive to this council to have male councillors shouting at female councillors like that while they are on the floor. Please, can we have some respect?
Councillors. 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 Councillors, Councillor Nott was addressing me. Councillors from opposition, Councillor Nott, Councillor Masuku. Councillor Nott was addressing me, and I request you please to act orderly. I don't think that was a feminist comment or a sexist comment, but we don't encourage shouting and howling at councillors. So please, do not shout at whether it's a male councillor or female councillor. It's just not acceptable. Councillor Mashala, please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. We know that the rate at which water provision infrastructure is maintained is far below what it should be. This problem must be addressed. Now, because there is load shedding, dams are full, we have some good rains, but the water supply is affected. For example, no water at the Aikenhof pump station was affected by load shedding. Rainwater facilities are national key points and should not experience load shedding. If there was no power, and Aikenhof pump station supplies a few water systems, why do power failures only affect one system, while neighboring water systems are not affected by power failures? We are told that the water consumption is exceedingly high and reservoirs did not fill up. However, one wonders how when residents go without water for up to 18 hours a day. If the one tower that supplies water does not fill up because of load shedding, and there is also no power at the supporting reservoir, why then do we not have backup generators at our reservoirs? There are too many inconsistencies between the Joburg water and rainwater. What is certain is that the current water crisis could have been averted had there been political will to do so. Now residents bear the brunt of the years of mismanagement of the city's resources. The administration must do better or face the consequences of residents' anger and dissatisfaction. Madam Speaker, we urge this administration to pull up its socks and do better for our city's residents. It cannot be that we move from having no power and now no water so deep into the 21st century. Finally, we also want to highlight the request for a list of commercial entities or businesses that owe the city and not just state entities. I thank you.
Councillor Marema. Councillor Marema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to note this report of item 8, Performance Assessment Report for Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2021-2022 financial year for the period April to June 2022. Speaker, it is very difficult sometimes to stand and debate or make comment on reports of the DA. And I'm tempted to put my laptop down so that at least we can just take this item head on, you know. But I want to save time because I know a lot of councillors got paid. Perhaps they want to go home and spoil themselves.
Councillor Marema, you're on the floor. Thank you.
Speaker, I have to acknowledge that we are finding ourselves in an uncharted terrain. And in my closing remarks, I will actually indicate why I say so. The report that is presented for us to note, the first paragraph, and I'm not surprised, I think it is the way it is the way the multi-party structures its reports. Last night when I was going through all the reports that have been sent to us, I picked up that in all the reports that they give us, the first paragraph, they paint a very good story. I'm sure they realize that, you know, because you send us these big books, we might not be able to go through all of those information that is inside there. But if you go deeper, if you read through deeper, let me give you an example. On the first paragraph on the report, they say, to date, 23% waste diverted from landfill, which is overachievement against a target of 15% and recovery from 7% in second quarter. They proceed because they want to tell or paint a story that seems or look good. They proceed. A total of 246 jobs opportunity were created from implementation of EMPs and invasive vegetation control outside protected areas against the target of 200 jobs. That's what they're saying in the first paragraph. And in all the reports, from report 1 up to 46 in the agenda items, they did these things of painting a very good story. Even in finance report, they paint a story as if they have money. But if you go deeper, the opposite is the case. I'm not surprised. I am happy, Speaker, that the residents of this city are actually following these council debates. And at some point, if you analyze the multi-party pattern, they'll tell you about the good they're doing in the Western Cape and how best it's well governed and everything. I'm not intimidated by howlers.
Councillor, there's a point of order. Please sit down. You have 1 minute, 13 seconds when you come back. Councillor there, and then we'll get...
Thank you, Speaker. The report that we're actually having here is about Joburg. It's got nothing to do with the Western Cape, and there is nothing about the Western
Councillor,
Cape.
what is the
so
point of order?
you mustn't mislead the House.
Please sit down. Councillor at the back. Councillor... Councillor Homer, you had your hand up.
Ulava, pause.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As much
Councillors, Councillor Homer has a point of order. Can I hear it? What is your point of order?
As much as the truth hurts hearing about how great the Western Cape is.
Councillor, there's not a point of order. Councillor Marema, please proceed. Councillor Marema, proceed.
Vatlakatlakani, omongore raska bua ka Western Cape, omongore re acknowledge. Let me continue.
You've got 1 minute, 13 seconds. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I want to quickly wrap up. When you go down into the report, they then now cite the realities in the department that are happening. One of them is the biodigester tender was non-responsive of the 2 consecutive times, which affects CAPEX spending. The department has a vacancy rate of 49%. You see, now, they are painting another picture, contradicting to what the first paragraph of the report says. When I started in the debate, I said, Speaker, we have entered in an uncharted terrain, an era of idiot.
30 seconds.
Where a matriculant is advising the doctor. There's zero error. Thank you.
Councillor Jacobs.
Speaker of Council, legitimate Executive Mayor, Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, fellow councillors. City Power has achieved a performance in objectives of 58.62% for Q4. While this is not satisfactory, your attention has to be drawn to the following. Q2 performance was 40.74%. This under the ANC administration. Listen carefully. 40.74%, this under the ANC administration. Q3 performance, 50%, and Q4 performance, 58.62%. Speaker of Council, did you see that? A quarter-to-quarter improvement. The common denominator in the increase of service delivery is undeniably set in hard fact. The hard fact being that under the leadership of the Democratic Alliance and the partners who honored the multi-party agreement, residents saw tangible change. The Energy Indaba saw a number of role players coming together with the aim of producing reliable, efficient, and cost-effective power for the future. This, Speaker of Council, is what our city needs. New, forward-thinking, actual workable solutions to our power issues. Load shedding is not a solution, never has been, never will be. I shudder to think what the previous illegal mayor and previous illegal MMC of IC would suggest as a forward-thinking solution on the power crisis, considering the ludicrous Jojo tanks and ball suggestions put on the tables for the water crisis. The mistakes of our past should be our finest teachers. Yet, a few weeks ago, a grave injustice was served to the residents of Johannesburg. The city of Johannesburg was handed on a platter to the very ANC administration who stood by for years and aided in the rapid decline of city power. I am reminded of another platter story, where the head of John the Baptist was served on a platter because local rulers were scared that real change was about to happen. And so my question echoes. What man of Jezebel and or politically connected could possibly deny real change to and for the residents of Johannesburg? Change, Madam Speaker, is inevitable. Change will happen. This change will be based on freedom, fairness, and equality. Accountable governance, which will improve the citizens.
Councillor Sierrani. Councillor Sierrani.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be speaking on item number 8, 9, 10, 11, and 28. Revolutionary greetings to the EFF caucus led by our party leader and our first respondent in Greater Johannesburg. Open code. In the absence of the lions, even the monkeys convene meetings in the jungle. by Philip Makwala. On item number 8, we know the report with its content. City Power. We must state it categorically that the performance of City Power is not satisfactory. The entity is in a limping mode. On their report, they achieved 58% for the fourth quarter. We have a lot of underperforming KPIs because of you, Michael San. During your tenure as MMC, you took your eyes off from the mandate of restoring City Power. You failed to implement mechanisms that will respond to this entity. The finances are not good because due processes are not followed on SMMEs. The entity takes long to repair locked street lights queries. We need a proper mechanism in place to get this entity right. Majority of all the street lights in the townships have been off since from 2016, even now. You didn't even bother to have a plan in place to correct this basic need for the residents of Johannesburg. In fact, Michaelson, what were you doing all along? Yeah. On Joburg Water, there is nothing to note from Joburg Water because targets are not met. Our taps ran dry, almost all regions in Johannesburg. We highlighted this problem to you, then MMC, Michael San. You never initiated any plan to resolve this crisis. Your intention has always been on the suburbs of the middle class. Clearly, you didn't care about the poor communities around the city of Johannesburg. Fellow councillors, we need to be aware that water is the basic right as enshrined in by the Constitution of our Republic. Water is life. We call the city to ensure that we must never experience water cuts in Johannesburg. Without water, not even animals can survive. The story of illegal connection, leaking taps, it's an old story that cannot be entertained anymore. We need mechanism in place so that all the departments using our entity must pay. On Pick It Up, the new chair of Pick It Up board, Natalie Skippers, has confirmed that they will improve their role of oversight and we shall monitor that commitment. Because majority of workers of Pick It Up, they are forever drunk. During working hours, you'll find them sleeping. They don't know what they are doing, those people. To be quite frank, we know that you have distributed bins and so forth, but your workers are not doing justice to those things because around 12 o'clock, they are sleeping on the streets. So that's the problem. Truth must be told about dirtiness in our entire city. We saw the city in the previous term hiring 1,485 workers from CRAM to complement Pick It Up, but still our problems are worsening. We need a leadership that will prioritize cleanliness in our entire city. Speaker, our CBD is rotten. As things stand, nobody cares. I'm wondering what was Michael San doing all along. We need a joint operation to clean our CBD so that it can go back to its former status. We also urge the city to have community workshop regarding littering in our beautiful city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bitka.
Madam Speaker, Madam Mayor, and fellow councillors, I rise to speak to item 10, the fourth quarter report for Joburg Water. To put this report in the right light, I have to point out something that even the member in charge forgot to mention, and that is that this is the final quarter of a financial year under a budget by the previous ANC administration, and it speaks volumes about how well the coalition government that took over on the 2nd of November 2021 has managed to work.
Councillor Bitka, there's a hand. Kindly take your seat. Is that a point of order, Councillor? Is that a point of order? It better be a point of order, please.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, Opa, for sitting down. I can't hear properly. Can you kindly just open your mouth, please? Thank you.
Councillor.
Madam Speaker, I think you need to say something there.
Councillor, please proceed. Please proceed. Councillor Bitkau, please proceed. Councillor, if you come up again and you don't have a point of order, I will not allow you to speak ever again now for the rest of this meeting. Thank you. Councillor Bitkau.
There we go. Madam Speaker, let us look at the targets set for water and sewer pipe replacements, namely 26 kilometers and 15.7 kilometers respectively. This is a ridiculous target, under 1%, especially when looking at water pipes where we still have 3,000 kilometers of the old and brittle AC pipes. These pipes are the main contributor to the endless bursts and thus the 46% of non-revenue water. Under the multi-party coalition, Joburg Water managed to increase the replacement of pipes to 100.8 kilometers and 69.5 kilometers for water and sewer respectively.
Councillor Bitkau, there's another hand. Please take your seat. Please proceed, Councillor. Water. Councillor Bitkau. Councillor Bitkau, I ask you to sit down. Can we kindly circulate water, please, for the councillors?
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to help the councillor. The councillor is shaking very bad. Can Councillor Strike please help to hold the mic for the councillor? Thank you.
Councillor Bitkau, please proceed. Please switch off your mics. There you go.
That is what a golden start and proper service delivery is all about. How crucial this can be is seen in the current climate of water outages due to a lack of supply by Rand Water, who are trying to put the blame on Joburg Water. But we don't have to fear, as the ANC will put JoJo tanks in every house in the city of close to 7 million people. Madam Speaker, Joburg Water previously drilled 87 test boreholes to supplement the water supply, only to find over 90% of them not fit for human consumption.
Please, just stop. Councillors, I find that very rude, and it's really not called for. I don't think Councillor Bitkau is doing that purposefully. I think we need to differentiate a joke and when somebody has a certain condition. I do not accept that, please.
I'm just about finished. Madam Speaker, Joburg Water previously drilled 87 boreholes to supplement the water supply, only to find over 90% of them not to be fit for human consumption. This due to leaching of acid mine water. I thought I would add that just to indicate the short-term intermediate MMC. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Magwaza. Councillor Magwaza. Thank you. I'll deal with you.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngibingelele usomlomo, ngibingelele usodolophu, ngibingelele umholi wesigungu sikaKhongolose uDada Morero, ngibingelele amakhansela kanye nomphakathi wonke nabavakashi bethu. Siyabonga ukuthi nibe la. As ANC, we note item 9, 10, 11 and 28. Ngiyabonga, Speaker.
Councillor San.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Executive Mayor, fellow MMCs, colleagues in the Council, Acting City Manager. Madam Speaker, I would normally just stand here and say thank you very much for the comments that's made it. We've noted them all. But I think there's some issues I need to specifically address. Chairperson Gumeni, thank you very much. I do appreciate your strong position in overseeing the department and the good work that you and your team and the members of the committee has done certainly has shown and pushed us to progress. Councillor Coogan, you are an expert on environment, so the comments that you've made certainly will be taken to heart. We will certainly make note of these comments. Councillor Mkezi, thank you very much for noting the report. Councillor Mashava, I don't want to make it as if I'm avoiding the issue. But you see, when rainwater comes to us and say, we are unable to provide you with water, however, the residents are to blame and they must use water sparingly, that's our problem. We are not asking rainwater to be held to account, but I can assure you that under this multi-party government, rainwater will have no place to hide, but to come and account why there's no water in the city of Johannesburg. Thank you very much, Councillors Jacobs and Councillor Bidkow. You've in fact, taken my speech away from me, so I don't want to repeat it. If you look at the positive of city power, we've progressed from 44.4%, 40.74% to 50 to 58.62%, and the year-end progress of 63.3%. This is real progress. Joburg Water replaced water pipes 108 kilometers, not 108 meters, kilometers. 69.5 of sewer pipes. Executive Mayor, Madam Speaker, this is the real solution of what the residents of Joburg needs. Colleagues, councillors, thank you very much, but I think let me address Councillor Sirani. Councillor Sirani, we are pro-poor. We certainly think of the poor. That's why you'll notice that we have a street light replacement program that was forging ahead with full steam. We certainly want to continue to do so. We are mindful of the water issues in the informal townships. Water is life. We cannot disregard the water issues in many parts of Johannesburg. The dirtiness in the CBD is a concern. Pick it up cleans 3 times a day in our CBD. Yet, Madam Speaker, it remains dirty. There's a lot of education and engagement that we need to have with our CBD residents and businesses. Lastly, let me come to Councillor Morane. One thing I do agree with you, Councillor Morane, is that you're quite correct. We've entered the era of idiots. Marema. My apologies, Councillor Marema. We've indeed entered the era of idiots. Sometimes when we see cadres being deployed to important positions that are not able to perform, and then we say to ourselves, we need to make a change. This is where 246 jobs were created. Now we talk about 246, but I can assure you, Councillor Apadu, these are families with real food, real stuff on their table so people can be fed. So let us not dismiss that. And again, the report is not a painting. It contains both the positive and the negative. Negative is where we need to look at and say we need to advance, progress. And finally, Madam Speaker, the journey of repair is tough, it's tiring. But one thing I can assure you that under this party government, we will not rest until the golden repair is done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Ngobeni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to first address Councillor Bidkow that I did not forget to mention which administration is at fault. As chairperson of this committee, I'm non-partisan, Councillor Bidkow. Madam Speaker, noting the observations cited in the table in the report and the oversight report of Environment Infrastructure Services, Section 79 Committee, we recommend that Council approves the fourth quarter budget and performance assessment reports for the EIS Department, Joburg Water, Pick It Up, and City Power for the period of April to June 2022. Madam Speaker, I want to assure this House that the EIS Committee is committed to up the ante on oversight of EISD and related departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The recommendations are on pages 8.3, 9.14, 10.4, 11.4, and 28.11. Are the items agreed to? Thank you very much. We will now take a break until 6 o'clock. It's 17:36, so it's a 20-minute body break. Please, we are back at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. You can settle down.
Thanks, councillors. We are resuming on item 12, which is a performance assessment report for the Group Finance Department for the 2021 financial year for the period April to June 2022. Read together with item 13, which is a performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period April to June 2022. Both items read together with item 29, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2021-22 fourth quarter performance reports of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period April to June 2022.
Chairperson Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening, fellow councillors, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, ANC Leader of Caucus, Chairpersons of Committees of Section 79, Senior Managers and Officials. Madam Speaker, I greet you all on a very important day where a leader of the liberation movement, O.R. Tambo, would have turned 105 years today. It is indeed a good day in Johannesburg, and I think greater days are ahead. On behalf of the Finance Section 79 Committee, I rise to table the Performance Assessment Report for the Group Finance Department and Oversight Report of the Section 79, as well as the Performance Quota Assessment Report for Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period April to June 2022, and therefore tabling the reports for Council to deliberate on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Honourable Mayor, fellow councillors, residents of Johannesburg. I raise on item 12 the Group Finance Report for the fourth quarter 2021-2022. Madam Speaker, a financial report is like a book, and it's dangerous to quote from a book if you don't quote it into the content where it was written. And I say this, and I want to use an example here, on the acceptance speech of our formerly illegal elected mayor, Councillor Dadu Marera. He wrote, "It is heartbreaking that the city's main entities are financially on their knees with unsustainable overdrafts such as City Power, which is sitting on 8 billion negative cash balance. How do we fix a city that was financially collapsed? 10 months of golden promises have taken us 100 years back. Yes, we are not financially stable. Collectively, we can fix this mess. Thank you for entrusting us with the task of leading the city of Johannesburg, and we will fix the financial position of the city." So far, the ex-mayor. I want to take this story back. As a storybook, it's got a start and an ending. And I take it back to the end of the second quarter 2021-2022. End of December last year, when the multi-party government started the golden start, we inherited on the sweeping account, because this so-called overdraft is on the sweeping account, we inherited a negative balance for City Power of 6.78 billion. But that does not mean it was an overdraft. It was a negative amount in the sweeping fund, and the total sweeping fund at that stage was standing at 3.9 billion. That was at the end of December last year. At the end of this financial year, the end of June 2022, the negative balance for City Power was standing at 6.782 billion, so a mere increase of 1 million rand over the 6 months. The total funds, however, in the sweeping account was standing at 3.782 billion. So between December last year and June this year, the funds really did not change a lot. But if you look between the first chapter and the last chapter of this book, we see what has happened in council for the past 6 months. And there we see that, as was mentioned as well, we did 108 kilometers of sewage piping. So the work has been done, although the funds are not in the kitty. And that's what I want to comment on those financial reports. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gancho.
Greetings, colleagues. I rise to speak on items 12 and 21. Before the elections of 2021, the city was in a sad state of affairs. Land grabs and informal settlements were mushrooming everywhere. The inner city that was virtually a giant crime scene, and the financials of the city in a sorry state. The city had allowed more than 8 billion in UIFWEs, with little to no hope of recovering that money. This year, with the combined efforts of the mayor, the MMCs, the chairpersons, and all the support staff in this multi-government coalition, saw the slow but sure recovery of the city finances. The city recorded a 100% decrease in UIFWEs this quarter and a stabilization of the fiscus, an achievement which must be acknowledged and commended. This last 9 months have been a refreshing change of pace. I'm convinced that 5 years of this coalition government, uninterrupted, would have totally transformed the city. But alas, such an outcome is no longer in our future. Where the city is undoubtedly going, now that the coalition of corruption is likely to return to the city of Johannesburg, we can expect UIFWE to skyrocket through the roof, we can expect the city's debt to increase exponentially, and we can expect the slow regression of the city to resume. There was a grand strategy, Speaker, a strategy best articulated by the CIC of the Economic Freedom Fighters, where he said, and I quote, "The DA is the better devil." He said this in front of people in Alexander. He further correctly diagnosed what was at stake and how desperately the cadres needed the metros to fund their political programs. And we all saw how well the strategy was working. Workers under the employ of the cadres were not being paid for months on end. Where it is starved of loot, the cadres cannot function at full capacity, and it soon withers and dies. Just look at the Western Cape. As opposition parties,
There's a point of order. Please sit down. Who's raising their hand? Please, Councillor Musetla.
I'm still going. It's after.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand the councillor is new. The point of order is that he must not attack people who cannot protect themselves in this council. So his attacking of our commander-in-chief must be withdrawn. Thanks.
Councillor Ganchu.
As opposition parties, our goal should be to weaken the cadres' dominant hold over the states and eventually replace them. But alas, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. And those whose interests lie with the people can never find common cause with corruption.
Councillor,
interests.
There's a hand. You've got 25 seconds. You can sit down. Councillor Musetla.
Thank you, Speaker. I thought, and you know I'm not a person who speaks now and then in this council. I thought, I suga wena man.
Councillor Musetla, you are addressing me. Councillor Musetla. Councillor Musetla, you are addressing me.
Thank you, Speaker. What I requested when I stood up first time, I requested that he withdraw. He didn't withdraw. When you finished, he just went on and spoke. And I was looking for you to maybe to ask him to withdraw. And you also didn't do it, speak. Can you please ask him to withdraw?
Councillor, I did not rule that as a point of order. Please sit down. Councillor Kanchu, can you please proceed?
What has changed? Has the superior logic been countermanded by an even higher logic? How will we justify allowing the cadres to return to the power in Jozi? What happened, I dare not venture to speculate. However, Speaker, the point has been made. Johannesburg can be fixed in the right hands. Speaker, with a resolute spirit, Action SA notes this report. Thank you.
Councillor Nkosi. Councillor Nkosi.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF Caucus leader, the one-eyed foot soldier, our chief whip, and all the grounded councillors of EFF. We also greet those who do not understand what a period victory is. I am Councillor Nkosi, proudly wearing my boots and rising on behalf of the EFF. On item 12, in section 79 Finance Committee, the EFF highlighted that we'd like to see the number of Zenzela users, which is now done. However, we went further to say, let us categorize the users. For example, we can categorize and measure revenue collection from whether it is business, ordinary residents, etc., and as well as area specific. In fact, more categories can be explored. Such interventions will improve strategies on how to improve revenue collections and improve the COJ financial stability. The EFF would like to see an extension on the debt rehabilitative program. It should be open again for a period longer than the one proposed earlier, with numbers of people that applied during the period mentioned, and also area specific to ascertain that it's reaching the people it is intended to. The UAFWs of 100% is very good, and would like to see a repeat of that, and the positive interventions thereof must be shared so we can maintain such positive results. On item 13, the lackadaisical manner in which this report was done, fraught with calculation errors, is worrisome and renders the COJ often listed, sorry, my computer went off. The COJ often listed strategic thrusts as cosmetic rather than having practical or committed interventions necessary for effective service delivery. We expect that the reports come to Council must be treated with the utmost respect. This has been a trend